Chapter 44, 81 Sourcing Materials. A cyborg cat checked many of the boxes. An organic internal architecture allowed the cat to retain most of the advantages of living organisms. A metallic exterior made it easy for Vess or anyone else to repair, replace, or upgrade the feline's outer body parts. It became increasingly more common for Vess to gain access to high-grade materials, some of which were good enough to be used in first-class products. The problem was that the quantity was always insufficient. Obtaining 10 or so kilograms worth of alloys was often completely inadequate. Even the lightest Mech weighed at least several metric tons, so it was completely pointless for Vess to design a machine based on a rare material that was only as big as a human head. However, a few kilograms or rare and precious alloys was more than adequate for a cyborg cat. A smaller divine artifact is much less resource-intensive. Vess smiled. It was relatively easy for him to gain access to the materials needed to produce the mechanical half of the cyborg cat. The Infinite Bazaar offered many different alloys at varying prices. If Vess was willing to take a few risks, he could also try his luck by drawing a couple of golden lottery tickets. If that isn't enough, I can always fall back to what I am carrying at the moment. Vess banged his armored fist against his chest plate. His personal suit of combat armor was made out of a combination of several precious alloys. The predominant metal was unending alloy. If Vess was willing to temporarily sacrifice the integrity of his unending regalia, he could disassemble a few exterior parts and reshape them into cat components. It would certainly be an excellent way to enhance the connection between myself and my divine artifact. Every part about the unending regalia bore his imprint, and that wouldn't go away if he broke it apart. Is this a good idea? Vess always intended to upgrade his unending regalia sooner or later. Unending alloy was good, but he could gain harder and tougher metals if he really wanted to. The replacement materials might not be spiritually reactive, but who cared when Vess just wanted to obtain protection against lethal blows? It's not a good idea to disassemble my armor, given the situation that I will be returning to after I am done. Vess would be returning to the battlefield after exiting the system's space. He needed all of the protection he could get in case he failed to stop the unclean whale from affecting everyone. Aside from that, he wouldn't be able to explain why his unending regalia looked completely whole in one moment, but was missing a couple of chunks the next moment. I'll leave this for later. The material composition of the exterior wasn't important considering that Vess intended to upgrade it on a regular basis. He felt it was better to buy a batch of materials or even a complete product from the Infinite Bazaar once he had a better idea of what he wanted to make. The organic half of the cyborg cat is much more important. It was much harder to obtain organic materials in the system space. He did not have access to the treasures of the Larkinson Biotech Institute, so he couldn't whip out a chunk of flesh harvested from a powerful astral beast like Titania or a fish whale sovereign like the Phase King. Still, even if I am able to access those materials, I don't know how to work with them. They're too advanced for my own good. Vess was most familiar with human biology and flesh, so he was more inclined to use human biomatter as a base material. The question was where he should obtain the resources to make the organic half of his cyborg cat. He looked down at his arms. The Orvins have a habit of chopping up a part of their bodies to make their ritual sacrifice altars. The aliens had their own reasons for doing so, but that didn't mean that it was a bad idea for Vess to copy this custom. If Vess chopped off one of his limbs, he would obtain high-quality biomatter that was not only stronger and more sophisticated than baseline human flesh, but was also highly attuned to his own spiritual energy and power. Vess couldn't think of a better way to reinforce the connection between his divine artifact and himself than integrating the former with biocomponents that were reconstituted from his own body. It's a brilliant solution. It makes complete sense for me to sacrifice a part of my own body. He was willing to go quite far now that he had become invested in this design project. Perhaps he would have never thought about doing this before, but now that he became enlightened by the blood cult, he could no longer ignore the value of his own corporeal shell. His blood was rich with spiritual power. His flesh had also gained a decent amount of power after his blood had circulated through his body many times. These processes gradually turned his body into an increasingly more valuable resource. It would be a waste to rule out this option. Using his own biomatter as the principal raw ingredient for his cyborg cat came with multiple advantages. He was not only spared from spending ascension points to obtain another source of biomatter, but he also gained the opportunity to work with a familiar material. He stored a lot of files related to his unique biology. He wasn't able to interpret any of the science in the past, but not that he had become versed in biotechnology. He was sure he could understand most of the reports. While it would probably take a bit of time for him to get a grip on the more abnormal traits of his flesh, much of it should still be human in essence. This is especially the case for my extremities. As long as I leave out the Jutland organ, the rest of my body should still be manageable. He contemplated which limb he should chop off in order to gain his batch of raw materials. He initially thought about chopping off his hand along with a part of his forearm before he decided against this decision. I work with my hands a lot, so they have special meaning to me. However, I still need my hands to complete this project and complete other missions if I accept any after this. Losing a limb will severely affect my productivity. While it was possible for him to get by with one arm, the loss of a limb would slow him down and make a lot of manual precision work impractical. As a Mech designer who regularly liked to tinker in his workshop and engage in practical work, trying to perform the same processes with just a single arm sounded like a nightmare. I should cut off one of my legs instead. That was a much better idea. A Mech designer had no use of a functional leg. Vess could still move around for the most part, as he had already accounted for this unlikely possibility when he designed his unending regalia. If one of his legs ever broke or went missing, the hollow leg section would simply lock up and make other adjustments so that it could continue to support his weight. Vess could even make other targeted modifications before he went through with the operation in order to improve this feature further. This way, Vess could still move around and work on his subsequent designs in the system space without impacting his productivity to a significant degree. I can even chop up my other leg if I need extra biomass for another project. Vess had no qualms about cutting off parts of his body because he knew he could grow them back when he returned to reality and dealt with the unclean whale. The biggest problem was that it would take a bit of time for the biotech experts over at the Larkinson Biotech Institute to regrow a new pair of legs. It might take weeks or months in order to do the job properly. In the meantime, Vess would have to waste a lot of time on physical therapy and other tedious treatment sessions. He did not look forward to losing so much time. It's a necessary evil, he sighed. It's better to spend more time at a medical facility than to miss out on the opportunity to build a good divine artifact. Who knows, my new cyborg cat might even be able to play a crucial role in foiling the unclean whale's plot. The clues he gathered about divine artifacts painted them as extraordinary objects that were much more powerful than an ordinary totem. Vess didn't know exactly what made them different, but he had a few ideas. Maybe divine artifacts aren't as foreign to me as I think they are. It would certainly explain a lot if Lucky is a living divine artifact. The sacred scrolls may also turn out to be high-end divine artifacts. If this was the case, then that would give Vess a lot of food for thought. The strength of a divine artifact reflected their source or principle. Lucky wasn't all that impressive, but his ability to grow and evolve by assimilating his food was impressive. Perhaps the developer of Lucky had a similar concept to his cyborg cat in mind. As for the sacred scrolls, whoever made the metal scroll must be having an awful time since the beginning of the Age of Mechs. Several sources stated that damaging a divine artifact would have major consequences to the entity it was tied to, though Vess wasn't clear of the details. It made sense to assume that the apparent fragmentation of the metal scroll affected the strength and condition of its principle. Vess was also impressed that the metal scroll hadn't disintegrated entirely. For its fragments to be able to prevent themselves from crumbling and regaining at least a bit of functionality was a testament to the exceptional qualities of a powerful divine artifact. I'm not certain whether Lucky and the metal scroll are truly related to divine artifacts, but if this is the case, I want in. There is no way I want to be left out of this party. His expectations for his cyborg cat became greater. Let alone sacrificing a leg, he was willing to give up more parts of his body if he could ensure that he could still preserve what was left of himself. The spirit space was not supposed to function as a hospital. While Vess could use the biotech-related lab and workshop equipment to tend to his injuries and even grow a basic cloned limb for himself, they weren't capable of keeping his head alive if he decided to chop it off his neck so that he could use the rest of his physical body as a raw ingredient for his organic design projects. Vess shook his head. I shouldn't get too caught up by all of this business. Let's stick to chopping off a leg and go from there. A cat can only contain so much biomatter. He supposed he could design a chonky fellow if he really wanted to make a bigger cyborg cat, but it wasn't worth it in his eyes. A fat cat not only attracted a lot more attention, but also lost a lot of mobility. These consequences were antithetical to his original purpose of designing a living divine artifact that was good at camouflage and escape. I'll go for a slender cat then, Vess decided. I should visit the Infinite Bazaar to see what kind of materials I can use to shape the exterior of my new pet. He went down to the Infinite Bazaar and browsed the available items. The system offered plenty of excellent materials, though he wasn't familiar with many of them. The prices also tended to vary a lot. He had to give up on many desirable products because they fell outside his budget. This is going to take a while, he frowned. Chapter 44, 82 Cat Purposes. After browsing all of the offerings of the Divine Bazaar, he failed to find a material that suited all of his needs. I knew it wouldn't be easy, Vess sighed. The Divine Bazaar offered a random selection of high-end goods at various prices. Roughly half of the available products were tied to the Mech industry, but the other half was obviously related to the 5 Scrolls Compact. This presented Vess with a dichotomy of options that were incredibly useful when used for specific purposes, but wasteful in many other circumstances. As a Mech designer, Vess found it easy to judge the materials that could be used to make a Mech. He never heard of most of them, but that did not stop him from reading the descriptions and gaining an intuitive sense of what he could do with a particular resource. Just because they're useful for Mechs doesn't mean they are useful for my current project. He faced a different problem when it came to materials related to spiritual engineering. The 5 Scrolls Compact and its many offshoots not only made use of a lot of very weird materials, but also labeled them with strange and superstitious names. What can I expect from a bunch of crazy cultists? Vess shouldn't judge the exotic materials utilized by the cultists too much, though. No matter what, their abilities and powers were real, so they definitely knew what they were doing when they made use of all of these strange materials. As Vess compared the materials used by Mech designers with the materials used by spiritual sorcerers, he found that the latter possessed an undeniable advantage. The Compact not only has access to spiritually reactive materials, but possesses the method to produce more of them. What is their secret? Vess had spent a lot of time and effort to find more materials like P-stones, B-stones, and unending alloy without much luck. There had to be some places in the Milky Way or the Red Ocean where he could find deposits of spiritually reactive materials, but he hadn't found any up to this point. He suspected that it was pointless for him to search in ordinary places. The 2 most likely locations where he could find what he needed was inside an anomalous region like the Nyxian Gap or an exceptionally energy-dense region. Vess found it far too dangerous to stray in another hazardous region of space, like the Nixian Gap. As for energy-dense regions, these were places like the galactic center in the old galaxy and the upper zones in the new frontier, where the richest resources could be found. Vess and his clan didn't have the qualifications to wander around an upper zone at will. Not yet, at least. I guess the Divine Bazaar is my only available channel for spiritually reactive materials for the time being. He sighed. He did have an idea on how he might be able to make a substitute for a P-stone. He just needed to conduct a lot of research and experimentation before he could be certain about his new theory. Vess didn't have time for that, and any substitute material he could make wouldn't be strong enough for his needs. His cyborg cat needed to be able to take a hit in order for Vess to feel assured about the safety of his divine artifact. Fortunately, the Divine Bazaar offered several materials that seemed up to standard. Most of them were over his budget, but there were also cheaper materials that were just as strong but weren't valued as much. It mostly has to do with how useful they are and how widely they can be applied. Price, 109 ascension points. This metal bar bears the properties of lead originating from the 16th heaven. It is infected by an unknown influence that has corrupted and distorted its properties. The infected lead has gained new traits at the cost of weakening other traits. The infected lead can become an excellent carrier of one element after undergoing specific treatment, but will block and reject other elements. This material sounded like a combination between unending alloy and B-stone. It could probably absorb a lot of spiritual energy, but only of a single attribute while rejecting the rest. This was a useful property that Vess could use to make a lot of helpful products, particularly ones oriented towards defense. It would make for a perfect helmet material for my unending regalia. I can defend myself against spiritual attacks while also channeling my spiritual abilities without too many restrictions. If not for the fact that Vess didn't want to squander 109 ascension points, he would have bought this infected lead without question. Sadly, he had to give up on this promising idea, as well as many other ones, in order to focus on what was important. I can't go for anything that is too extravagant. I need to settle for a more modest material that can still offer a specific benefit. While he eventually planned to upgrade the exterior parts of his cyborg cat with superior versions made out of better materials, it might take years for that to happen. In the meantime, his divine artifact was bound to develop and mature in a direction set by its initial form and functionality. If he made a cyborg cat that was good at generating energy shields, then it would likely develop more abilities and become a lot better at this job over time. If he made a cyborg cat that possessed an active stealth system and could hide its presence, then it would only become a lot more difficult to detect when it grew older. This was why Vess did not necessarily pay attention to the strength of the materials. It was much more relevant for him to study and understand their unique properties. Maybe it is better for me to define what I want from my divine artifact. What do I need? What should it do that my other cats cannot do? My cyborg cat has to have a unique purpose in order to make it worthwhile for me to bring to life. It was redundant for him to create a copy of one of his existing cats, no matter whether they were physical or spiritual. Vess briefly went over his cats and what they excelled at the most. Lucky can produce gems, and he's an excellent infantry-level combatant. Clixie is a great caretaker for my family and can also put up a fight. Goldie is the guardian and the watcher of the Larkinson clan. Blinky already provides me with a lot of help in any work related to spiritual engineering. Alexandria is great at forming a design network that can tie the minds of many people together. Vess inadvertently amassed a notable collection of cats. Each of them possessed a powerful function that already provided him with the assistance that he needed the most, whether it was on the battlefield or in the workshop. "There isn't much that I need," he muttered. After a lot of thought, he could think of only 2 possible areas where he could use another cat. The first option was defense. Keeping himself alive was a great priority. Though Lucky and Clixie were able to defeat smaller physical threats, while Blinky was quite good at fighting spiritual threats, he did not possess a way to shield himself from damage. My unending regalia and my shield generators can block a lot of damage, but I doubt I will be able to remain in one piece after getting bombarded by a squad of mechs. The two possible ways he could defend against overwhelming attacks was defense or evasion. Vess recently obtained a one-use personal teleporter, so he already had the evasion part covered for the time being. He worried a lot more about defending his family. Neither his wife nor his children possessed defensive gear as good as his unending regalia. He planned to remedy this shortcoming soon enough, but even then they might need additional help if they ever came under threat. Making a cat that could save their lives at critical moments sounded more than worthwhile in his opinion. It's just that putting up a big shield is not that useful on its own. Vess sighed. I can still equip my kids with all of the shield generators that I can afford. It is much harder to help them run to safety, especially if teleportation is blocked. The best defense was a good offense in this case. This might not always be the best solution, but it could at least buy his children a lot of time. Lucky, Clixie, Blinky, and his honor guard were already capable of defeating enemies at the same level, but they were helpless in the face of mechs and warships. Vess had always desired to gain the ability to defeat a larger threat on his own. Perhaps a divine artifact might be able to satisfy his need due to its special properties. What kind of cyborg cat will I make then? One that can transform into a sophisticated firearm that can spit out hot beams of death. For a moment, Vess visualized the scene. Perhaps he visited a planet one day, and a group of hostile mechs managed to sneak close enough to launch an assassination strike. While his bodyguard mechs kept most of the enemy mechs busy, one of the threats might be able to get through the blockade. Yet before this enemy mech could complete its mission, a cat would jump into Vess' arm and assume a posture that was similar to a gun. Vess subsequently aimed the head of his cat at the mech before pulling the trigger, causing his pet to disgorge a disproportionately powerful energy beam that instantly burned a hole through the chest of the enemy mech. Ridiculous. This was an absurd and impractical divine artifact for many reasons. Although Vess definitely wanted to add an attack ability to his divine artifact if possible, it wasn't a close reflection of his power and rules. If he wanted to make a divine artifact that could serve its primary purpose well, then he needed to pay close attention to its functions and how well they matched his inclinations. I'm a mech designer, not a warrior. Direct combat shouldn't be the focus. I need to pick a function that matches who I am and what I stand for. The most fitting product should be tied to life, mechs, mutual growth, and synergy. What kind of cat can I make that encompasses all of these concepts? Vess mulled over those words. His eyes slowly grew brighter as he generated an idea that captivated his imagination. What if I design a cyborg cat that can supercharge the performance of a mech? He envisioned a cat that could attach itself to the frame of a mech or enter its cockpit and settle on the lap of the pilot. Once his divine artifact settled into place, it could use its abilities that were inherent to Vess to form a spiritual connection to the mech pilot, and possibly the design spirit. Once the cyborg cat established the connections, it could boost the performance of the mechs in various ways, from empowering the spiritual capabilities of the mech or speeding up the growth of a mech pilot. In some cases, the cyborg cat might also function as an additional source of power that could enhance the power of the next attack from attack. This way, Vess had more ways to intervene directly in an ongoing mech battle. The only way he could intervene in a battle at this time was by channeling his worklaw energy through a masterwork mech or weapon. He could only employ this trump card once in a battle, and there were only a handful of mechs that he could channel this power. If I can make a cyborg cat that can interface with any mech, then I don't have to worry about these limitations anymore. Chapter 44, 83 Divine Guidance. Vess looked at the lab equipment with considerable dread and hesitation. I can do this. It will be quick and easy. I'll just have to stick my body inside the machine and wait until I can go out again, just with a couple of parts missing. It is just like cannibalizing a portion of a Mech in order to build a better machine. It all made sense in his mind and thoughts. In order to build the cyborg cat that could potentially grant him power beyond anything else he had ever wielded, he had to work with the materials he had available. After selecting an appropriate alloy for the mechanical side of his upcoming divine artifact, he proceeded to spend 10 days on designing his cyborg cat. Vess wished he could have spent more time on refining his design, but he had to make do with a relatively small but intricate design. Surprisingly enough, designing the organic half of his cyborg cat wasn't as challenging as he thought. Sure, he initially felt clueless about how to design a cat made out of his own reconstituted flesh. Despite taking the form factor of a cat, Vess wanted the organic bits of his divine artifact to maintain as much of the properties of his half-alien, half-human flesh as possible. It was quite hard for him to reconcile his conflicting demands with his limited understanding of biotechnology until he found the right approach. Rather than treating it as a designer beast project, I should treat it as a downscaled Mech design project. It was like making one of the Mech figurines that he did for fun, or because he wanted to surprise one of his children with a new toy. He just needed to be a lot more serious and thorough about it. Vess took Mech design projects a lot more seriously, so he immediately underwent a mentality shift when he resumed his work. No matter whether it was a Mech or a biomech, all pilotable machines followed a common set of rules and conventions. Vess had designed so many Mechs that those rules and conventions were literally engraved in his spirituality. This was why he experienced much less difficulties when he designed his first biomech. As long as the product was related to a Mech, Vess would always find a way to leverage his abilities to complete his work. I'm a Mech designer. Designing Mechs is what I do. If I can't design a Mech, it's not because I am unable to, but because I'm not pushing my capabilities hard enough. Although Vess might not be capable of distorting reality and producing all kinds of amazing phenomena like swordmasters and high-ranking Mech designers, he was still a journeyman Mech designer. Designing Mechs was more than just a job to him. It was his conviction and his purpose. So long as he set his sights on designing any Mech, he would always work at least twice as hard, and maybe even more if an exciting idea stoked his passion. Vess certainly had plenty of that in spades once he designed his cyborg cat as if it was a Mech. Of course, the much smaller form factor and radically different demands forced Vess to make a lot of changes. Much of it was for the better. A miniature tiger Mech did not require as many advanced systems or high-performance parts. The cyborg cat did not need to bear so much weight or control tens of millions of individual components. Since Vess already had experience with designing fairly accurate and representative Mech figurines, he already knew most of the steps necessary to simplify his miniature Mech design. While he was largely able to rely on old and proven methods to design the mechanical exterior of his cyborg cat, he had to become a lot more creative to tackle the organic internal architecture. There were many times when he felt tempted to give up and design a completely mechanical cat, but when he thought about all of the amazing possibilities he could bring to life with blood and flesh, he committed to his chosen direction. Designing the internals of a cat is just like designing an organic tiger Mech. It doesn't really matter where the biomatter comes from as long as it bends to my will. Vess was designing a miniature tiger Mech using his own flesh as the main ingredient. As long as he framed his project in this way, he stopped feeling lost and always knew what he had to do in order to progress his work. Sure, he had to take out a virtual textbook and quickly get up to speed in order to solve many new problems that he had never encountered before. But the amount of times he needed to reference another source was much more limited due to the tiny scale of his miniature Mech design project. The only parts he stumbled with were the more unusual aspects of his cyborg cat. He already figured out that merging his work with a fragment of his divine core would transform and elevate it into a completely transcendent work. But that did not mean he wanted the base form to be too plain and simple. The properties of the base form will determine the direction of its evolution. Vess depended heavily on the more esoteric knowledge granted by both the blood cult scarlet oak tree design enlightenment fruit, as well as the Orvan ritual sacrifice altar enlightenment fruit, for this phase in the design project. He wanted his cyborg cat to gain similar properties as his blood knight, but also gain the capability to do more. My cyborg cat should not only be an accurate reflection of my domain, but also a vessel which can propagate my vision. As Vess increasingly immersed himself in the more unorthodox and mystical theories of the blood cult and the higher caste members of the Orvan race, he began to mix up his thoughts and form strange and unusual conclusions. Under normal circumstances, he would have questioned or rejected all of these odd ideas, but now that he had entered the mental state of a Mech designer, he picked a few proposals that appealed to him the most and found a way to stuff them inside his tiny cyborg cat design. Vess didn't really understand what he had done or why he made all of those design choices by the time he woke up from his intensive state. Some of the functions he tried to add to his cyborg cat design sounded way too ambitious to him. How could he possibly implement such advanced features into his divine artifact when he had no idea whether they even worked? Well, this isn't the first time that I've tried out an experimental new design application in a final product. He shrugged. His rational side told him that it was exceedingly reckless to implement new and untested technology into a critical work that would have great implications for his future. His passionate side told him to trust in his gut and his instincts and believe in his own design solutions, even the ones that looked a little dubious. Being a Mech designer wasn't always about cold, hard numbers and boring rules. There was an art to designing mechs that could reach beyond the limits that confined the possibilities of ordinary products. Besides, once my cyborg cat becomes a divine artifact, everything will be smoothed over somehow. Vess had learned from his latest enlightenment fruit that the ancient Orvans initially made sloppy and frankly shabby altars. Somehow, most of them worked out and performed their functions without too many problems. The Orvans discovered that intent was more important than getting everything right. Of course, if the altar was good to begin with, it took a lot less sacrifices for it to assume a proper form. I don't want my divine artifact to feed on sacrifices, though. Vess furrowed his brows. This was a major sticking point to him. As a Mech designer, he liked to think he engaged in a productive profession. He was a creator, not a destroyer. Sure, his works could be used to spread untold amounts of destruction, but that was the prerogative of his customers. Vess had nothing to do with that unless he commanded the Mech himself. In any case, Vess did not want his cyborg cat to follow the depraved footsteps of the Orvans. I kind of understand why the Orvan civilization is so degenerate. Their leaders delude themselves into thinking that they can become gods as long as they feed from the lives of their fellow Orvan brothers. They are cannibals in all but name. In order for them to gain strength, they need to take it away from others. That was a road that he would never want to take. Vess wanted to achieve the opposite with his cyborg cat. He wanted it to become a more benign existence that could grant power to others. He wanted his cyborg cat to be defined by its ability to facilitate the growth of both Mechs and Mech pilots. These were the actions that best aligned with his design philosophy and his principles, and he was determined not to stray from them in the pursuit of greater power. It's fine if my cyborg cat isn't powerful on its own. It can do so much more if it can function as a universal amplifier or force multiplier. Trying to implement this aspiration on a cyborg cat that incorporated two different tech bases was anything but simple, but somehow he managed to complete his design with few obvious inadequacies. After checking the design multiple times, Vess became confident that it was viable and able to do what he needed it to do, all without subjecting his design to any simulation testing or prototype testing. He just knew that the design was sound. It's kind of weird that I feel so confident about my work. Is this what designing a divine artifact for myself is like? I feel as if I am being guided by an unknown influence. Vess doubted himself for a moment. He carefully inspected his mental, spiritual, and physical state and did not find any worrying indications that he was being mind-controlled. Weird. He set this suspicious matter aside since he couldn't do anything about it. Rather than obsess over the variables that he couldn't control, he would rather work with the ones that he could affect through his own actions. At this point, that meant going through with the fabrication of his divine artifact. An invisible cloud seemed to press on him as he came closer to this crucial step. Divine artifacts are important, super important. I have a strong feeling that my life will change forever once I go through with this. Once I am done, I can no longer go back. My course will be set. Vess did not waste much time on second-guessing the decisions he had made for his divine artifact. He was already completely on board with the design concept. The doubts he had over the less transparent aspects of his cyborg cat were not enough to pull him back to the drawing board. This was why he had pulled his body out of his unending regalia and brought himself before one of the lab machines. He had already programmed the biomedical device to perform a series of actions that would allow him to obtain the organic raw materials he needed to proceed with the fabrication run. I just need to go in and out, nothing more. Thinking about everything that he could gain from his current project finally broke his hesitation. He took a deep breath before he put his body inside the tomb-like biomedical chamber. Proceed, he issued a verbal command. He could feel the biomedical device go to work. It injected him with a cocktail of chemicals meant to sedate him and limit any unfortunate side effects for the operation that was about to take place. Just as his thoughts became a little woozy, he felt a sharp and powerful blade slice right through his leg below the knee. "Ayya," he roared as the pain overwhelmed his sedation. "That hurts, goddamn." He forgot about accounting for his abnormal physique's increased resistance against sedatives. Chapter 44, 84 Permanent Mimic Arcuchilium Platinum. Vess was no stranger to pain, and the biomedical chamber did its best to respond to the mistakes he made when he programmed its initial instructions. While he had been cognizant enough to account for his body's reduced sensitivity towards sedatives, he did not properly compensate for the fact that his half-alien body also broke down the dose at an abnormal rate. The speed in which the sedatives wore off was so quick that by the time the device had cut off his leg, he had already regained much of his original pain sensation. After the medical chamber practically doused his injured body with sedatives, it at least managed to complete the rest of its job with no further issues. By the time Vess finally woke up, he awkwardly lifted his body from the chamber and hovered above the growth with the help of his anti-grav uniform. The lingering drugs and chemicals did a good job of suppressing the lingering pains and helping the rest of his body adjust to its diminished state, but Vess wanted to purge them out of his system as soon as possible. "I can't proceed with the fabrication run if my mind is still impaired," he frowned. As a somewhat qualified biotech researcher, he understood much better how his abnormal mental and physical state would negatively affect his work. He couldn't do much about his missing leg, but he could still come up with a way to cleanse his body of most of the chemicals. Could he handle it, though? "I have to," he gritted his teeth. "I've worked under difficult circumstances before. A bit of pain is nothing compared to what I can get at the end." Creating a divine artifact was about making sacrifices. Though Vess did not ascribe to the philosophies of the Orvan race, he acknowledged at least this much. The pain he would experience throughout the fabrication process was nothing but another price he would have to pay in order to make the cyborg cat of his dreams. The possible features and future potential of his upcoming living divine artifact more than compensated for all of his sacrifices. Besides, compared to the ancient Orvans who initially discovered this method, I am much better off, Vess recognized. My clan can easily regrow and reattach a new leg for me once everything is over. It will just take a few months before my body is almost exactly the way it was before. Technology is truly great. It took a bit more time for Vess to recover from his operation and handle the remaining preparation for his crucial fabrication run. One of the essential requirements to designing a proper cyborg cat was to install the right electrical components and circuitry to control its mechanical functions. Although Vess tried to substitute that with organic substitutes as much as possible, there were still limits. It's best if I maintain a balance. The mechanical side of my divine artifact isn't meant to be an empty shell. It has to be equal to its organic side. Both sides came with their own pros and cons. Vess aimed to combine as much of their advantages as possible so he could have it both ways. He wasn't entirely sure whether he succeeded in striking the right balance, but he had a good feeling about this. The cyborg cat design was sound as far as he could tell, and every ingredient was all right as far as he could tell. As he donned his unending regalia once again, he noticed plenty of changes compared to before. His personal suit of combat armor already made adjustments to account for the missing parts of his left leg. Not only that, it felt a bit more hollow than before. This was because he partially disassembled it so that he could pull out a number of redundant and less critical components from his advanced armor. He couldn't help it. His cyborg cat needed circuitry and other advanced components. He couldn't make these essential parts out of a single exotic alloy, so he had to look elsewhere to obtain what he needed. He built and maintained his unending regalia himself, so he knew exactly what it could offer to him. The high-quality parts could easily be repurposed, reshaped, or reprogrammed to help the cyborg cat control its non-organic systems. Vess just had to accept that his unending regalia lost a bit of functionality as a result, though he tried to minimize the impact as much as possible. I originally didn't want to do this, but the only other way I can obtain a bunch of circuits is to buy a device from the Divine Bazaar and break it apart. That was an unattractive option for several reasons. First, the devices were all highly advanced, which meant that Vess would never fully grasp its components. Second, Vess would have to spend even more ascension points than he already had at this time. He already exceeded his original budget. He spent 25 AP on an enlightenment fruit, 35 AP on buying the exotic alloy to form most of the exterior of his cyborg cat, and 10 AP to design his divine artifact. That's 70 AP in total, Vess grimaced. Since I probably need to spend a day to make my cyborg cat, I will need to spend at least one additional ascension point. This meant that he could only expect a measly profit of 29 ascension points at the end. Was it worth it? Definitely. At this stage, he was even willing to suffer a minor loss if that was what it took to build a more promising divine artifact for himself. The possibility that the cyborg cat could also play a role in disrupting the unclean whale's actions and save his entire clan from getting teleported deep into alien territory was another major benefit. It's better if I can earn a profit, though. I can't obsess too much over the long-term benefits of a powerful divine artifact when that damned prisoner from the Palace of Shame is threatening to cut my life short. Earning 29 ascension points was not as much as he originally hoped, but it was better than nothing. After inspecting his ingredients one last time, he centered his mind and thought about his design. The design should work. Everything is where it is supposed to be. All of the parts and materials that I have prepared are up to standard. I only have to focus on making the end product. When Vess next opened his eyes, he entered a state of total concentration. Even the dull pain that emanated from his missing leg and the rest of his body no longer bothered him that much. He first activated the machines responsible for altering, shaping, and nurturing biomatter. It felt a bit macabre for him to see his severed leg and carefully preserved legs with his own eyes. He did not even dare to hold it with his own hands. He merely used a bot to transfer the container that held the limb to the right machine. Once the limb was in place, he instructed the biotech device to follow an extensive plan to break down and reshape the flesh. The limited size of the biomatter made it easy for Vess to confine the processes to a single advanced machine. The workshop of creation truly offered the best production facilities. Not only were their functions incredibly good, but they were also easy to work with. They were just so fast, precise, and reliable that they could prevent many errors that would occur when working with lesser devices. Vess still took the time to supervise the initial and most important processes. He wanted to make absolutely sure that the biotech machine did not glitch out and waste the raw ingredients. I can only do this 3 more times before I run out of legs. He could only spare his upper left leg, his lower right leg, and his upper right leg in total. After that, he would have to start with chopping off his arms, which he absolutely did not want to do because he loved working with his hands too much. Speaking of handwork, I should proceed with fabricating the mechanical parts for my cyborg Mech. He always felt a bit awkward when working with biotechnology because it didn't involve enough tactile processes. Vess essentially had to instruct a machine to process raw biomatter into a biological seed and wait for it to grow and mature by absorbing the nutrients in a mineral-rich pool. He felt frustrated by his lack of direct control over the growth process, but he had to admit that it was rather convenient that he could work on other tasks while the organic side of the cyborg cat gradually took shape. Vess felt much more at home once he began to work on the mechanical side of his divine artifact. He quickly returned to familiar territory as he processed the diverse collection of parts taken from the unending regalia. The material composition of these parts were diverse. Much of it was made out of a combination of unending alloy as well as more specialized materials that offered superior electrical conductivity, and so on. There were so many different materials that all had their own uses that Vess had to be careful about wasting the limited quantities he had available. If I botch these steps, I will have to pull out even more components from my unending regalia to replace what I have lost. His determination to not let that happen added a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He deliberately reduced his pace and spent extra time to make sure he was doing everything right. I feel as if I've turned into Gloriana. No matter what he thought about his wife, he had to admit that she produced much less waste than any other Mech designer under normal circumstances. Eventually, he came to the point where he had to fabricate the structure and the exterior plating of his cyborg cat. This was the simplest task, but also a fairly tricky one considering that he was working with a material that he had never handled before. Price, 35 ascension points. This metal bar consists of arcuchelium platinum, an exotic variant of platinum that is many times harder, but is only slightly denser. This metal has undergone special treatment that has lasted for 57 years, that has imbued it with an affinity for extraordinary power as well as additional properties. The treatment has made the arcuchelium platinum into a permanent mimic substance, which means that it will partially imitate the properties of another material upon contact. As far as exotic materials went, this one was not as weird as many others. The reason why he settled for this material as opposed to others was because it was spiritually reactive and because of its mimic properties. Vess didn't really value the ability to mimic other materials. What he was after was a material that conformed to his divine artifact's themes and overall design direction. He chose permanent mimic arcuchelium platinum because he suspected that it would promote the fusion and synergy-related functions of his cyborg cat. Now that I think about it, this exotic material reminds me of Lucky. There had to be a connection. Lucky's metallic body was able to absorb or assimilate the strengths of other powerful materials on a permanent basis. This gave Vess the suspicion that Lucky might be made out of a higher-end version of permanent mimic arcuchelium platinum. Perhaps I am slowly drawing closer to the crowd that originally made Lucky. Vess was not in a hurry to discover Lucky's origins. He wouldn't be able to do anything if he learned the truth. In any case, working with permanent mimic arcuchilium platinum turned out to be a lot more troublesome than he thought. Its properties were already active in its current form, which meant that every time Vess attempted to manipulate the metal, portions of it would keep mimicking the material properties of his workshop devices and tools. Is there a way to stop this madness? Chapter 44, 85 Final Spark. Vess had to interrupt his schedule in order to figure out how to manipulate permanent mimic arcuchilium platinum without causing the material to grow softer, harder, heavier, or lighter during the process. Since the system hadn't been kind enough to provide him with a complete report on all of its properties, Vess had to figure out how to inhibit the mimicking behavior by himself. He conducted many experiments on the spot. He found out that the mimicking ability of permanent mimic arcuchilium platinum only worked on solid materials. Gases and liquids didn't produce any reactions as far as he could tell. One of his most important discoveries was that his sample had more trouble with mimicking the properties of more powerful materials and exotics. The more work it has to do, the less it is able to transform itself. It was as if arcuchilium platinum only had a fixed pool of energy to fuel its mimicking process. He found out that it could completely mimic the properties of ordinary bronze and steel due to their simplicity, but only transformed to a moderate degree when it came into contact with unending alloy. I see. The best way to work with this material is to use a tool made out of material that is too powerful for it to mimic. The workshop of creation might be great, but it didn't offer any tools of that level. Vess experimented with other materials to see whether the mimicking ability was as universal as it suggested. He found out to his amazement that it was able to mimic non-metallic materials such as paper or plastic. This almost caused his sample to crumble because it had become a lot more fragile all of a sudden. What was even more surprising to Vess was that it could even mimic organic materials to a degree. When Vess pressed his naked finger against the sample, he immediately felt as if he was touching another part of his body that just happened to be cold. Damn, this is creepy. It didn't make sense. He could see why the incredibly versatile mimicking ability made permanent mimic arcuchilium platinum so useful, but how could anyone exert control over its functions? It would have been great if it was mimicking a powerful or useful material, but anyone who wanted to ruin it simply had to push an ordinary rock or tree leaf against its surface to make it fragile. I don't believe that the developers of this material are able to tolerate such an obvious weakness. He tried various means to limit the activity of the material. He failed to produce the desired results after subjecting his sample to heat, pressure, light, electrical current, and magnetic fields. Even though he could employ more unusual methods to get a reaction out of the exotic material, he didn't feel he was on the right track. I'm looking at this the wrong way. Since I suspect that arcuchilium platinum is related to the 5 scrolls compact, maybe I need to use their methods instead of the methods of an engineer. Vess concentrated his mind and tried to make contact with it with the help of a spiritual projection. What? It felt as if he was touching a puppy. The metal wasn't alive per se, but it possessed a low form of reactivity that suggested that it could respond to certain commands. Stop, he instructed the sample while he poked it with a finger. The arcuchilium platinum transformed to match his skin and flesh. Halt. Freeze. Reverse. 0. Reset. Vess tried out many different commands while he poked the sample to see whether it would stop transforming. Most of the commands ended up doing nothing, but he finally managed to produce a meaningful change when he uttered a specific word. Inherit. That caused the arcuchilium platinum to freeze in its current state. When Vess carefully drew his finger back, it continued to mimic his skin and flesh as if nothing had changed. Go back. Vess encountered a new problem, as he had to find a completely different command to turn it back to normal. Default. Initial state. Original. Copy. Mimic. Embrace. The sample turned back to normal again after Vess uttered the word embrace. When he put the sample into contact with different materials, it mimicked their properties as usual. What if I want to switch this ability off entirely so that I can work on it as if it is a normal material? He tried the inherit command again, but found out that it did not freeze the material in its current state. Vess had to try out a lot of other keywords until he finally stumbled upon the right command. Isolate. This did the trick. The arcuchelium platinum no longer produced any special interactions when coming into contact with different materials. Vess wanted to scratch his head. This is going to be a little more complicated. My cyborg cat will need to exert a lot of control over his body in order to avoid mimicking the wrong materials at the wrong time. He did not worry too much about it, though. One of the special traits about living products was that it was much easier for them to master their inherent quirks. He believed that a living divine artifact would be able to control its own body to an even greater degree, especially after it experienced a powerful baptism. It will be fine, I think. I can always fix my divine artifact if there is a glitch. Vess shrugged and resumed his work. He had already fallen behind schedule due to this unexpected problem, and he was eager to get back on track. He worked a little faster in order to catch up to his original schedule. The impact to his work was minimal, as he grew fully confident in his ability to work and shape arcuchelium platinum after he had frozen their mimicking behavior with the isolate command. Hours passed by as Vess completed more parts for his cyborg cat. In the meantime, the biotech machine had just completed the organic internal design for his divine artifact. It did not look pretty. It was as if someone wanted to cook a cat by skinning the creature and trimming down the flesh for a bit. The fact that the skinned cat was made out of flesh that used to comprise his lower left leg did nothing to make it more appetizing. Still, Vess perceived a certain sense of dormant power, beauty and grace from the small bioproduct. He had put a lot of thought and effort into its design. He made sure that the integration of his flesh, bones, and blood did not go to waste by designing a spiritual foundation that could anchor and repurpose their extraordinary energies. "It won't take much longer," he whispered. The time to assemble his divine artifact had come. The biological inner structure had grown to its full form at a fast pace due to its limited mass and volume, as well as the excellent facilities of the workshop of creation. After he carefully scanned and inspected the biological core, he confirmed that it had not mutated or deviated from his original design to a significant degree. Small changes and inconsistencies were inevitable when it came to grown bioproducts, but Vess had already accounted for these unpredictable deviations. This was why Vess completely assembled the mechanical parts around the biological base by hand. He could make small adjustments to the original plan and design on the spot. He didn't even have to stop to make calculations, as he just knew how he could shift the parts to make them all fit together. It also helps that I've designed my cyborg cat with changes in mind. Compared to the frustrations of trying to figure out how to control the mimicking ability of arcuchelium platinum, assembling the mechanical side of his new cat was much more relaxing. Vess felt increasingly more expectant of the end product as he slowly put his latest work together. He had to work slow at times because there were a number of delicate parts that needed a gentler touch, but it didn't take long before the cat became more complete. Soon enough, his cyborg cat had taken shape. Technically, it was not yet complete. He needed to integrate it with a shard of his divine core to make his latest pet come to life. That did not stop Vess from appreciating his work at its current state. It largely matched his design and the cat that he envisioned. The organic properties of the cyborg cat were not quite evident on the surface. At first glance, it looked like a silvery mechanical cat that could pass off as Lucky's cousin. Many of the parts resembled that of his first cat, But there were a number of differences that made the cyborg cat more aligned with himself. Its expressive purple electronic eyes looked dull at the moment, but Vess was certain that they would shine once his divine artifact came to life. His new pet would look much cuter and more adorable by that time. The exterior of the cyborg cat consisted entirely of plating made out of uncoated permanent mimic arcuchilium platinum. Any light shining on the material produced faint green highlights that made it seem as if the metal was coming to life. When Vess carefully squeezed his work from different angles, he could feel the interlocking plates flex wherever they were supposed to bend. If he pressed hard enough, he could even feel the spongy feedback of the flesh underneath. Vess received even greater feedback when he examined his work with his spiritual senses. This is a little freaky. The cyborg cat was undeniably an extension of himself. Vess could still feel the strong imprint of his former leg inside his incomplete divine artifact. For a moment, Vess felt tempted to mount his cyborg cat below the stump of his amputated leg and try to walk as if he was wearing a fancy robotic limb. Vess shook his head. I need to stop thinking about nonsense and complete this job. The sense of weight and history had grown stronger without his notice. He was still at a point where he could change his mind and reject his current work, but the window was closing as he made his way to the mountaintop. The atmosphere of the sacred temple was significantly different from that of the workshop of creation. The workshop of creation was a perfect place for a Mech designer, as it offered almost all of the tools and facilities he needed to make a Mech, and many other products for that matter. The sacred temple seemingly had nothing to do with Mech design. It was a sacred location that was fully dedicated to helping Vess attain spiritual ascension. It seemed fitting that he was bringing his cyborg cat to the temple. What he had completed just before was mostly technical work. Now that he wanted to complete the final and most crucial step, he could no longer rely on the power of conventional technology. He needed to draw on the power of mysticism in order to infuse his cyborg cat with life and a touch of divinity. When Vess reached the sacred hearth and stopped before the flame that represented his weak and underdeveloped divine core, he paused for a moment. This is it. Should I go through with this, or should I reconsider? He slowly looked down at the inert cyborg cat in his arms. Vess saw no reason to turn back at this point. It just needs the final spark. When he turned his gaze back to his exposed divine core, he instinctively knew what to do. He carefully raised his armored arm and grasped a small section of the flickering flame. It felt as if he was touching solid matter. He believed that there was no gentle way to do this, so after taking another deep breath, he wrenched the portion of the divine core in his grip and quickly stuffed it inside the body of his cyborg cat before he became overtaken by the soul-wrenching pain. My head. His very spirituality shook and cracked because of his reckless action. Although Vess was no stranger to pain, he never felt as if he had picked up an axe and proceeded to chop it on the side of his head with as much force as possible. At the same time, his latest product began to glow and thrum with power that echoed with the damaged divine core that was exposed by the sacred hearth. The birth of a divine artifact set a remarkable process into motion that was just beginning to transform the cyborg cat. Chapter 40, 486 VIP Treatment. Vess stared at his old home with a mix of nostalgia and confusion. When he used the phrase old home, he did not refer to his grand stateroom aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. He did not refer to the so-called royal mansion back at the cat nest in Davut either. Instead, the only homestead that deserved to be called his old home was his father's house that was located all the way back in Cloudy Curtain. It was obviously extremely illogical for Vess to be transported hundreds of thousands of light years away from his current position in reality. There was no way he could have been brought all the way from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way and back to the Komodo star sector without his notice. Besides, there was no way his old home remained intact. It took a while for him to recall the time period where his home looked this way. He glanced at the adjacent Mech workshop and slowly recalled that it lacked the details that it had accrued over time as Vess made more use of its humble production capacity. It's as if I have returned all the way to the beginning of my journey. He looked down on his own body. He did not look like a fresh university graduate at this time. This was his current body, complete with a missing chunk of his leg. Fortunately, his unending regalia did its job and provided enough support for Vess to lean his weight on his left. Although something freaky was clearly taking place, Vess did not feel very spooked by the situation. His intuition did not warn him of an imminent threat, and there weren't any obvious enemies in the vicinity. Seeing that he was not about to get swarmed by a bunch of Friedayman Mechs or an angry phase whale, Vess decided that he might as well roll with the situation and follow his impulses. He managed to jog more information out of his dusty memories. He recalled that his old home was in a state where his father had recently gone missing, but not before going 330 million bright credits into debt in order to acquire a second-hand 3D printer. Now that Vess had become a parent himself, he understood his father's actions and intentions a lot more than before. It takes a lot of love to abandon a comfortable and stable life in the Bright Republic and flee all the way to the Nixian Gap. It must have pained my dad to permanently separate himself from his own child and the rest of the Larkinson family. His father definitely knew what he was doing. He went through the risk of going deep into debt and handed over this enormous burden to his son with the confidence that it would all work out in the end. The reason why his father was so confident was because he was the one to give his son the Mech designer system. Vess felt incredibly mixed about his father's scheme. He is the one who pulled me out of an ordinary life and put me on a trajectory where I eventually became exposed to a lot of danger. The system had given Vess a lot of benefits, but it had also put an enormous target on my back. Wait, he suddenly frowned. That's not entirely right. I would have been subjected to a lot of danger regardless if I obtained the system. The next Bright Vija War was already looming on the horizon. As soon as those visions invaded the Bright Republic once again, every Mech designer would be called into service. Those that don't have the right connections would be thrown to the wolves. Ringkal had fought in the last Bright Vija War and knew exactly how brutal it was and how many low-ranking Mech designers needlessly perished at the front. Perhaps passing on the system was his father's way of giving his son a chance to get out, either by becoming valued by the state or receiving an opportunity to emigrate to the Friday Coalition. It was too bad that Vess didn't exactly do what his father intended. Sorry, Dad. Vess did not linger too much on what he could have done to avoid getting embroiled in the Bright Vija War. He had already processed his feelings on this matter and accepted this formative period as an essential part of his life. He was much more interested in exploring the current situation at the moment. Let's see if the workshop is just as I remembered. He entered the shabby workshop and beheld the 3D printer that started his career as an independent Mech designer. What an awful machine. Vess worked with first-class superfabs these days. Although they weren't the best that humanity could use to fabricate high-quality goods, few people had the opportunity to work with such excellent machines. Now that he came face to face with a third-class 3D printer that was barely adequate even by the standards of the Bright Republic, Vess felt as if he was looking at a toy. I've come so far since the start that I can't even bring myself to use such an awful machine anymore. Vess felt ambivalent about that. He once vowed that he would never allow himself to forget his humble roots. Nowadays, he became so pampered by second-class Mechs that he pretty much offloaded all of the responsibility of designing third-class Mechs to his subordinate design teams. Since when have I become so snobby? You're only human, Vess. You are flawed just like me. Another voice replied. Who? Vess quickly turned around and realized that a stranger had entered his old workshop without his notice. He didn't recognize the newcomer. The mature and clean-shaven man possessed a tall, athletic build, but was clearly more at home in an office as he wore a well-cut, modern suit. What was interesting about the man's outfit was that it was clearly a set of second-class anti-grav clothing. An individual like that did not belong in a place like Cloudy Curtain, especially in this time period. "Who are you?" The other man grinned in a disturbingly familiar fashion. "Don't you recognize me, old friend? We used to be buddies, you know. I even worked for you for a time. If you can't figure out who I am after telling you all of this, then I seriously doubt whether you are as brilliant of a Mech designer as you appear on the news." Vess looked closely at the man's face and slowly found a match from a person who he had buried deep into his mind. "Carlos, are you Carlos Shaw?" "In the flesh," the suited man grinned. "Well, in a manner of speaking at least." "You don't look like the Carlos that I knew," Vess said. "You look older, you've gained muscle, you carry yourself with an air of confidence that you did not have before. Is this who you currently are, Carlos?" "Yup." Vess pointedly looked around the workshop and confirmed it was in the exact state as it had been when he started his Mech designer career on his own. The living Mech Corporation didn't even exist at this time. "Shouldn't you, I don't know, look younger or anything? How can you even appear as your current self when I have no idea how you look? Are you a figment of my imagination, or have we literally reunited with each other across hundreds of thousands of light years?" Carlos raised his palm in a vaguely familiar manner. "Whoa there, Vess. I know you're curious and all, but I don't have all of the answers. It's not my job to explain what is happening." "Then what can you tell me, old friend?" "I'm here but not here. I am the Carlos you know, but I'm not entirely the Carlos who is currently living his own life back in the Komodo star sector. I am not an illusion, but I am not entirely the person who you consider to be your old friend. It's complicated." Vess narrowed his eyes. "If I tell you something here, will the real Carlos become aware of our conversation?" "No." "How can I believe you? What proof can you give me that will convince me that talking to you won't have any repercussions?" "Oh, come on, Vess. Don't you understand what is going on? You've been pulled into a dream sequence that is centered around you, not me. This is your chance to have an earnest talk with me so that you can obtain closure and complete the first step of your divine transformation without too many regrets holding you back. It would be really bad if that happens. Do you know that?" Vess grew even more suspicious about this abnormal situation. "You are being awfully forthcoming, Carlos. In fact, I shouldn't even tell you all of this, but there is an external factor, system cough, that has interfered with this dream sequence. Congratulations, Vess, you have a VIP pass. You have received extra privileges for that reason." "I see. I kind of believe you now. The real Carlos would never speak like this. I distinctly remember that I never told you anything about the system." "You didn't," Carlos said with a dour expression. "I don't blame you, Vess." "Really?" Vess raised his eyebrow. "If I recall, you left my side because you were too jealous of my success. I would have found a way to help you, man. I admit that I care most about my own gains, but that doesn't mean I never learned to share. If you just stuck out with me, I would have taken care of you. Just look at the clan I founded and grew through my own efforts. Everyone who had stood by my side from the beginning has become much better off than before. You could have been one of them, Carlos." The man that Vess had once considered his friend let out a sigh. "You're right. I could have. There is not a day that goes by when I think back on that fateful day where we had that spat. If I wasn't as stupid, and if I wasn't so consumed by my envy towards you, I might have ended up a lot differently. It's too late for that now. What is done is done. You have your life and I have my life. We've gone our separate ways." Vess scanned Carlo's appearance once again. "It looks like you've shaped up. What happened to you after you left my side?" "Oh, nothing much," Carlos nonchalantly answered. "I tried to muddle through on my own. The Sand War and the Komodo War changed all of that. Before I knew it, the Coalition Reserve Corps picked me up and put me in a holding facility where they interrogated me for months. They squeezed everything I knew about you. Not that it helped that much. How so? I knew you best during the times we attended the Rittersberg University of Technology, and when we worked during the early days of your Mech business. The Vess back then is unrecognizable from the Vess that returned from his mandatory service in the Mech Corps. That is also the reason why I didn't hesitate to reveal everything I knew. I don't think my information helped the Friday men in any way or shape. Thanks, I think. You're welcome, old friend. So what did you do after that? I take it that the Friday men did not treat you too poorly. They were quite nice to me when they realized that I was being fully cooperative. Carlos smirked. Just like you, I got the VIP treatment. While my information didn't turn out to be that helpful, the Friday men were still decent enough to give a big bag of money as well as citizenship to their fine state. So you decided to start a new life in the Friday Coalition. I did, Carlos nodded. I had nothing left in the bright republic. The state was in a bad shape after the Sandmen wiped out the surface of Bentheim, so the Friday Coalition was a much better stage for me to restart my Mech design career. It sounded like Carlos was genuinely doing well nowadays. Vess felt a little guilty for never taking the trouble to check up on his former bosom buddy, so he actually felt quite relieved that Carlos hadn't fallen victim to all of the major events that took place in the Komodo star sector. Of course, Vess could only base this conclusion on the premise that this dream sequence was, as this version of Carlos had described. Once all of this was over, Vess would definitely look Carlos up on the galactic net and confirm that his former friend had truly emigrated to the Friday Coalition like he claimed. Chapter 44, 87 Lessons Learned. Did you make it in the Friday Coalition? No offense, Carlos, but you don't look like a journeyman. None taken, old friend. It's not that bad. I didn't make much progress at first, but I had a plan. I used the rewards I've earned from the CRC to take additional courses that would help me become a second-class Mech designer. Remember those candies you've fed me? That has helped me a lot with passing all of those difficult courses. Anyway, when the Komodo War grew hot, a lot of lucrative jobs became available that helped me integrate into the local scene. I'm happy that you managed to pick up your life after you have left, Vess said with genuine sincerity in his tone. I don't even mind that you completely betrayed my trust and stabbed me in the back by telling everything you knew about me. I would have done the same if I was in your place. Thanks, Vess. That means a lot to me. I have done my best to milk you dry. Nowadays, business is booming. The Friday Coalition is investing a lot of money and resources to rebuild the territories that used to belong to the Hexadric hegemony. I'm continuing to get a lot of practice, and I hope that I will eventually be able to hit journeyman before I become 50 years old. I know that doesn't sound impressive to a Mech designer of your caliber, but not everyone has a super relic in his possession like you. I think I am doing quite well for an ordinary person. You are, Vess affirmed. I don't look down on you, Carlos. Don't lie to me. You totally are looking down on me. I'm the dirt that is beneath your booth. You have advanced so much in the last 10 years that you have begun to hobnob with high-end mighty MTA masters. As for me, I'm still working in the trenches as a lowly apprentice. I guess you're right, Vess said. I do look down on you, but that is a natural response when a superior Mech designer meets an inferior Mech designer. You're not much different from the assistant Mech designers who are working diligently in my design department. I can easily hire hundreds of them at a time, you know. There are so many of them that they aren't worth that much unless they have exposed their talents at an early stage. In my eyes, most apprentices are simply normal people. They are decent and all, but they are too plain to have what it takes to take a step further. And you think I'm one of those plain and boring guys? Vess nodded. Yeah, I don't know the full details about what has happened to you lately. While you look a lot more successful and content with your life, I don't feel the drive in you that is common in most high-ranking Mech designers. You haven't even mentioned your design philosophy to me yet. Are you truly committed to your work? Carlos, or the facsimile posing as him, paused for a moment. I don't know. I clearly think that I am doing enough, but it may not be enough for other people. I am pretty happy with where I am, though. I have a good life in the Friday Coalition, and I've even started dating. I will see where my life will lead me. I am not in a hurry to become a journeyman. I overcame my feelings of jealousy towards you. I have accepted that I will never be as good as you, but there is no need for me to feel upset about it. Everyone has their chances. Mine are not as great, but as long as I work hard enough, I believe I can make something of my career. And what if you can't? Then I'll just accept the fact it was never meant to be. Carlos shrugged. I'm fine, Vess. I am totally over it. Mech design is not the beginning or the end. It just is. There is more to my life than trying to catch up to you in vain. You may look down on me for that, but this is what it is like for little guys like me. I'm not good enough to attract the attention of the polymath. An awkward silence ensued. Vess didn't know what to say. He was glad to hear that Carlos ostensibly accepted his lot in life. He was much better than he was back when they had separated. Talking to you like this is nice, but I know that the real Carlos won't pick up on any of this, Vess eventually said. I feel tempted to call the real you once I have dealt with my current ordeals. I was always afraid to contact you or even check up on you, but now I feel like it could do us both a lot of good if we just talked with each other like old times. We've grown older, haven't we? Carlos grinned. We have. Well, I would love to catch up on you further, but I've reached the end of the line. Carlos spoke as his body began to fade or phase out of existence. He waved at Vess. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, even though my real self won't remember most of this conversation. Wait a second. What do you mean by most? I thought you said that the real you isn't involved. That's not entirely correct, old friend. Carlos shook his head. Look, I can't explain this either, but don't let this stop you from speaking frankly to the guys that come next. All I can say is that the real Carlos, who is blissfully living his life back in the Friday Coalition, will obtain an impression of my current feelings. He will feel better as if he has received closure in his life. Do you understand? How can you prove all of this? Can you explain, hey, don't leave yet. I'm not done with you, Carlos. Carlos left at the same time. The environment shifted. In one moment, he was standing in the middle of his first Mech workshop. In the next moment, he appeared inside the office of a place that shouldn't have existed any longer. Now that Vess had become primed to what was going on, it didn't take as long for him to recognize this environment. Marcella Bollinger. You called Vess. Vess turned around and beheld his first ever business partner. The Mech broker and veteran didn't look much different from the last time he saw her. The fact that she hadn't been as affected by the passage of time suggested an uncomfortable truth. You. It happens, Marcella casually replied. It's not your fault. The galaxy is dangerous. No place in human space is safe. I used to be a soldier, so I have always accepted my mortality. So much fighting took place in the star sector that you have left that it was always possible for any of us to croak. I see, Vess nodded. Well, since we are obviously meant to talk to each other, let me ask you this. Why did you sell me out to the authorities? Why wouldn't I? She retorted. I don't know if you have noticed, but I was, a citizen of the Bright Republic. No matter whether the government or the Friday Coalition that is backing the suits wants to grab a hold of you, I obey the law and follow orders like a good citizen should. Don't you feel any remorse for betraying my trust? I thought we were friends, Marcella. I thought you were the kind of person that would honor our relationship. We were business partners, Vess. There is a difference. The older and much more muscular woman corrected him. Sure, I got along well with you, but I only invested in you because I recognized your potential to earn a lot of profit for me. My hunch turned out to be right, and I was happier for it, up until the situation changed. Once you started making enemies that were way too powerful for us to handle, it was no longer worth it to maintain our previous relationship. I don't like it any more than you do, but I am not so eager to abandon everything I've built and run away like you have done. Was it worth it to sell yourself out to a state that was corrupt to the point where the founding families practically ran the bright republic as their own personal backyard, and where the Friday Coalition could swoop in and override everything? Marcella Bollinger stood as straight as a military serviceman. I was a soldier, Vess. I served in the Mech Corps. I pledged my loyalty to the bright republic, and nothing could have changed that. Even knowing that my state is full of warts and other ugly parts doesn't change anything as far as I am concerned. Orders are orders. No matter whether they are issued by a senator of the Tavar family or a faceless bureaucrat of the central government, it is all the same to me. I have always been trained to obey. I see. Are you upset, Vess? No, Vess shook his head. Too much time has passed for me to feel any resentment towards you. To be honest, I can fully understand your own position. It's too hard to refuse the whims of those who hold authority over you. What you have done wasn't really all that bad now that I look back on it. In the end, you taught me several lessons. What lessons exactly? For one, I can never put my unreserved trust in my friends. Their interests always weigh more than whatever sentiment they hold towards me. They would screw me over in a heartbeat if this is the most rational course of action. You have taught me to always watch out for this and make sure that I always remain useful to the parties that want a piece of me. I think I have done quite well for myself ever since. What is the second lesson that you have learned from me? Marcella curiously asked. That it is best to never put myself in a position where I have to answer to a higher authority, Vess replied. All of the times I got screwed over by one government institution after another has driven me to remove myself entirely from their rule. I painstakingly built up my Larkinson clan as a sovereign fleet-bound state so that I would never put myself or my friends in a position as yours. This has also worked out well for me. Few people are able to get a hold on me anymore. The specter of Marcella sighed in disappointment. I wouldn't have wanted you to learn those lessons from me. Isn't it great to embrace service in all of its merits? It is not as if you would have ended up badly, Vess. You showed value and people wanted that. The Friday Coalition could have become your greatest backing. Instead, you ended up consorting with hexers of all people. Don't you feel any guilt for providing material aid to a group of people that has embraced a horrible ideology? Nope. If you think I feel any regret for getting turned away from the Friday Coalition, then you are wrong. In hindsight, I think hooking up with the hexers was the best that could happen to me at the time. I have witnessed the ugly side of the Friday Coalition so many times that I would have never been able to trust the Friday men. They are not that bad, Vess. You have met and befriended several Friday men. And I have met more Friday men who would have liked to do nothing more than to end my life. He snorted. Don't talk to me about the Friday men any further. They are too consumed by their infighting to value their friendships. The hexers, on the other hand, may hold awful ideas, but they are much more honest and sincere. The fact that they have honored their friendship with me time and time again has earned my respect. You also aided and abetted their aggression towards the Friday Coalition. The Komodo War killed a lot more people because of the effectiveness of the hexer mechs that you have designed. Vess scowled. And I'm supposed to feel guilty for that? The Friday men targeted me first. I never wanted to antagonize them. What I have done is justified revenge. Besides, whether I helped the hexers or not, I have always made sure to maintain my distance. If I stayed chummy with the Friday men, then the Coalition would have assimilated me sooner or later, thereby limiting my potential. The hexers are much more abhorrent, as you have said, which made it a lot easier for me to avoid them as much as possible. I ended up better for it because the clan I have founded has grown into a formidable independent power that has much better growth potential than the Hex Federation. That is a win in my book. Marcella sighed. It is clear that we will never see eye to eye on this issue. No matter. It is fine as long as you are happy. Anyway, I hope that you will remember everything good that I have done for you. I truly did not want to turn my back on you, and I tried my best not to surrender more than what was expected of me. Chapter 44, 88, The Most Difficult Dilemma. Vess took in the idyllic back garden of the Larkinson estate. He missed this place. He could already imagine his aunts and uncles chatting leisurely while the children laughed and played among themselves. The ancestral home of the Larkinson family was a beloved site for many Larkinsons. V had fond memories of this place, so much so that he had tried to recreate the general atmosphere throughout his entire clan. Family is important, don't you agree, Vess? I do, Melinda. Vess turned around and greeted his older cousin with a smile. Of all of the Larkinsons of the original family, his relationship with Melinda was probably the best. Though they hadn't spent as much time together as he would have liked, he always considered her the oldest sister that he never really had in his own family. You look good, Vess, Melinda said in a happy tone. You're not the Vess I know anymore, but you definitely have an air of greatness and confidence around you. It is as if you are projecting a magnetic field that makes it easier for people to take you seriously. Thanks, that is a necessity for people like me. I have learned the hard way that bad things always happen if certain groups of people don't take me seriously enough. I can understand that. We have been forced to adapt as well. The Garland Empire is anything but a paradise. Were you guys doing well over there? Vess asked with concern. We were doing okay. You don't need to bother too much about how we were faring when we were staying in the vicious Mountain Star sector. We have already left this cesspit of violence and grandstanding. Our family is making our way over to your clan, remember? Vess nodded. I do. The journey is perilous, though. I won't mention much about the dangers of traveling through the old galaxy, but the new frontier is way too chaotic. Your family should contact our clan the moment you have passed through the Greater Bayonder Gate. We can arrange to pick you up once your fleet has reached the Violet Central Star node. Don't patronize us, Vess, Melinda. Just because you are a Larkinson doesn't mean we like getting told what we should do. We can take care of ourselves for the most part. If we want your help, we will call you, but until then, please respect our dignity. There are already enough Larkinsons who oppose our planned reunion as it is. The naysayers are afraid that you will treat us all as your personal property. That won't happen, right? Oh, of course not, cousin. You guys aren't strong or important enough to merit so much personal attention from me. I have better lackeys to play with these days. Well, you certainly aren't cutting back on how much you despise your old relatives, Melinda Larkinson mirthfully said. Why should I tiptoe around the obvious? We both know what is left of the old Larkinson family is but a shadow of my clan. You guys are living entirely from the handouts from us. Without the dividends that you have earned from your shares of the LMC, and without the powerful Mech designs that I have permitted you to use, would any of you have been able to regain your footing in the Garland Empire? We would have managed with or without you, Vess. Ark Larkinson is still a genuine high-tier expert pilot. A Mech officer of his caliber would have easily been able to find employment elsewhere as long as he is open to switching his loyalties. Well, I will give you that, but that still doesn't change my point too much. No matter what, your Larkinson family would never be able to equal my Larkinson clan. I wouldn't have minded if that was the case, Melinda retorted. The decisions you have made in your quest for power have brought your clan to the brink of annihilation multiple times. This isn't the way you take care of your own people, Vess. One of the reasons why I have stuck with the Larkinson family is because we value stability over greed. We just want to live a decent and honorable life. There is no need to chase after greater power and riches. Vess obviously didn't agree with that sentiment. Then, why is your family heading over to our clan? You know what will happen once we reunite, right? It wasn't my decision, Melinda grimaced. Don't get me wrong. I am genuinely looking forward to meeting you in the flesh again. I just don't like the idea of putting my children and my other family members under your wing. The stories I've heard about your escapades leave me with little confidence that our family will be safe under your tender care. Larkinson will die. The people that I have lived with and known for many years will meet their ends prematurely because of your compulsion to chase after the shiniest opportunities. Vess had heard these complaints so many times that he had become immune to them. He simply crossed his arms and maintained an impassive gaze. I won't force any of you to join my escapades as you have described them. Our clan has set up a branch system where the meek among you can choose to settle at our branches. Right now, we only have the cat nest in Davute, but I can assure you that it is a safe enough place for you and your children to reside. You can even take up a semblance of your old job and help with guarding our property against possible threats. Melinda still didn't look happy, but she begrudgingly nodded her head. I suppose that is the best that we can get. I don't know if rival colonial states or angry alien retribution forces will appear in orbit one day and bombard everything below into pieces, but we will take what we can get. I may be a Mech pilot, but I am not cut out for the campaigns that you have become addicted to. How come you are so desperate to tempt danger, anyway? Aren't you supposed to be a Mech designer? I thought you were all content to stay in your labs and design your Mechs behind closed doors. You're not wrong, but those aren't the only sort of Mech designers out there. I'm a different type of Mech designer. I have discovered that I work best if I embrace new experiences. That doesn't sound so bad if I ignore that your own people must brave death in order to cover for your mistakes. No normal Mech designer is okay with that. You've changed, Vess. All of your power and wealth has corrupted you, Melinda accused. I have changed, but not in a bad way. I grew up, Melinda. I changed for the better. If I was my old self, I would have never been able to make it this far. You may think ill of me all you like, but I don't regret the decisions that I have made. I have become a better Mech designer than I could have ever imagined by following my current course. His cousin scowled deeper. I can't believe you. It is so difficult for me to reconcile the Vess I grew up with to the monster that you have become. These obsessions of yours have ruined you. Every time I see you, I see a Larkinson that could have been a hero, but chose to become a villain instead. Tell it to me straight. If you have to make a choice, what do you prioritize the most, your family or your Mech design career? Vess grew angry this time. I don't like false dichotomies, Melinda. I am not falling for your word trap. I have always tried my best to never let my Mech design ambitions stand in the way of my love for my family. I have tried to combine them instead. Becoming a better Mech designer will help my children and the rest of my clan a lot more than if I settle down and choose a stable course like the old family has done. You haven't answered my question. You can't avoid the hard choices forever, Vess. One day, you will be put into a position where you cannot get away unless you make your decision. Are you willing to sacrifice your family or everything you have worked for in your professional life? This was by far the most painful dilemma that Vess was confronted with. He truly loved his children to death, but as a Mech designer, he was incapable of compromising his Mech design ambitions. Vess almost felt as if he was tearing himself in half whenever he considered one unpalatable choice or another. He would never be as great of a man as before if he gave up on either his family or his design philosophy. He gritted his teeth as he tried to squirrel his way out of this awful dilemma. I am not going to play along. I reject your false dichotomy. There is always a third, a fourth, and a fifth option. I am a Mech designer, Melinda. Don't you know what that means? That means I am good at thinking outside the box. I excel at coming up with solutions that no one has ever thought about before because I am just that good. No matter how much I have been pushed into a corner, I will always do my best to find a superior solution. And what if you fail? What if your third or fourth or fifth options are unobtainable? Then I guess I suffer the consequences of my failure. Vess growled in response. At least I have tried. Look, I don't expect you to agree with my stance, but I am completely fine with my current course. I may be endangering my children who I care about the most, but I think that what I am doing will eventually help them survive in the long run. There are much greater dangers in the cosmos that they need to prepare for. I can coddle them as long as I can, but that won't help much when an unfathomable enemy shows up that we cannot run away from. The only way for us to survive is by gaining enough strength. Do you know the motto of our clan? I do, per Angusta ad Augusta. Well, you have done your homework at least, but I don't think you interpret the meaning of this phrase in the same way as us. Vess responded. You don't know anything about what is going on in the galaxies and the rest of the cosmos. I don't know that much more either, but what I have learned and witnessed over the course of my life terrifies me. There are so many enormous threats out there that I am scrambling to rise up the ranks. The more powerful I become, the more I am able to protect myself and my family. If you know as much as me, then you too would support the current course of our clan. The specter of his cousin remained silent as she kept pinning Vess with a judgmental gaze. Is this the man you want to be, Vess? A man who is incapable of putting his trust in others and just has to do everything himself. I am content with who I am, he replied with conviction. I could always be better off, but at least I am being proactive about improving my situation. I am a Mech designer. I will do whatever it takes to design better Mechs and provide humanity with what they need to stave off the many threats to our race. My children will inherit my mission and follow suit once they grow up. They will be grateful for me when they grow old enough to understand, just like how I understand the decisions made by my parents. You obviously have bad role models. What would you have me do instead? I am not going to live blindly like a space peasant and assume that the big two will take care of everything. Vess contemptuously snorted. I have the ability to arm the people on my side with stronger weapons that they can use to protect us and everyone we care about. Any problem can be solved as long as I design the right Mech, so I am working hard to reach this ultimate state. That is my purpose as a Mech designer. Melinda shook her head in disappointment before turning her back to Vess. I give up. You are so stubborn. You cling to your identity as a Mech designer as if it is a universal talisman. You can't deflect every problem with that excuse. Mark my words, Vess. One day you will have to choose between the well-being of your family and the future of your Mech design career. I hope there will still be enough of a genuine Larkinson left inside of you to make the right choice. Sacrifice is a virtue. There are more important things in life than your work. Life and work are the same to me. My family and my Mech designs aren't opposed to each other. They are on the same side. My clan exists for this reason. The scenario that you have described will never happen. You can't postpone all of your problems forever, Vess. One day the chickens will come home to roost. Chapter 4489, Missed Opportunities. Vess appeared in a different location this time. The bulkheads, the bridge stations, and the tech around him looked familiar. It was the modified bridge of his former flagship, a Friday Coalition Stanley Crux-class standard mobile supply frigate called the Scarlet Rose. He spent years aboard this ship alongside Gloriana. Though the ship was small by his current standards, she was his first true mobile home. Vess had plenty of memories of this vessel. He went on several adventures before his clan received the spirit of Bentheim. He designed plenty of Mechs back when the design department only comprised a handful people. He imprisoned Cassandra Breyer in a secret chamber within his flagship so that he could gain a constant supply of Breyer alloy. As Vess reminisced about the past, a voice interrupted his musings. You could have thanked me for my gift, you know. A particularly incisive and posh voice called out from behind. I handed such an excellent ship to you, and you went ahead and executed me before you gave me a chance. What was it with the specters and announcing their presence from behind? Vess was getting tired of turning around all of the time. He sighed and proceeded to turn around. Lady Aisling Curver, I had a feeling I would meet with you again. The blonde and not entirely sane journeyman Mech designer from the Gage dynasty directed a brilliant smile towards him. Did you have fun abusing the remnants of my own power? I don't like getting killed, but I'm grateful that you still saw fit to recycle my remains to make your wonderful intangible puppets. I would like to think a small part of me still lives alongside you in the fragment that you inserted into Blinky and Vulcan. I am also honored to see you using a much larger portion to turn Titania in the way she is. The only issue I have with you is the fact that you put the other larger portion into Gloriana. Hey, you were already dead, Ashling. You screwed me over, so it is only right that I try to get compensation from what you have left behind. Don't you have any respect for the dead? You could have preserved me and brought me back to life like you did with those other design spirits. And why would I do that? Vess looked at her as if she was a fool. First, I don't even know if that is possible in the case of Mech designers. Second, I've had bad experiences with hostile design spirits in the past, so I did not look forward to bringing a semblance of you back to life, so that you can harass me again. Wow, so you're the lady that wanted to have Vess all to yourself, huh? He most certainly dodged a laser beam. What? Vess uttered as he turned around to see a woman that he never expected to see again. You're Iris Jupiter. Unlike Lady Ashling Curver, who looked as old as she was before her capture during the Battle of Reckoning, Iris Jupiter looked radically different. She came across as a youthful girl the last time Vess had spent time with her during the last Bright Vija War, but now she appeared as a more mature and mellow woman. You look beautiful, Vess couldn't help but utter as he couldn't control his attraction towards her matronly appearance. It looks like you have managed to live a much better life than Lady Ashling. How is the Vision Revolutionary Front doing these days? Does it still exist? Iris, who wore a casual but fairly luxurious dark blue dress with multiple folds, tittered as if he was a child who made a foolish statement. You are behind the times, Vess. The VRF disbanded a long time ago. With so many greater calamities taking place in our star sector, our little rebellion was just making life worse for the commoners of my state. Besides, with the expansion of the Vija Kingdom after the Sand War, the nobles have opened up many more promotion opportunities in order to speed up the colonization effort. I have accepted an amnesty offer and have done well for myself ever since. I married, had kids, and advanced to journeyman along the way. If you had looked me up in the galactic net, then you would have known all of that. You haven't been paying any attention to what has happened in your old neighborhood, is that right? Yeah. I don't really like to look back to the past. I would much rather look forward to the future. I don't blame you, Iris said. It is certainly working out for you. That said, your constant refusal to reflect on the past is making this much longer and riskier than it needed to be, you know. Take it from a neural interface specialist. A well-balanced human individual should always find a way to reconcile with the regrets of his past. This is even more important for a man who wishes to attain greatness. Terrible consequences can happen if broken individuals gain way more power than they can responsibly handle. What you are going through right now is an entry examination of sorts. Pass the test and you may proceed. What if I don't pass the test? Vess pointedly asked. You will get stuck. A different voice spoke up from another direction. Hey, since when has this place turned into a clubhouse? Don't ask us, Vess. Kedys spoke as her strong and athletic form exuded a sharp and domineering presence. This is your ordeal, not ours. We are here for your benefit. Vess turned around and beheld the three ladies. Lady Ashling Curver, Iris Jupiter, and Kedys surrounded him in a triangle. That made it difficult for him to keep his attention on all of them at the same time. I am picking up a theme here, he stated. Kedys rolled her eyes. Duh, you had a crush on all of us, did you not? Each of us could have been your Gloriana if you had chosen differently. I wouldn't exactly say that I had a crush on you all, Vess retorted as he pointedly did not look in the direction of Lady Ashling Curver. By the way, can you act like you are not an inquisition that is in the middle of holding a tribunal about me? It's really annoying for me to turn around all of the time. Fortunately enough for Vess, the specters accepted his suggestion and no longer made life difficult for him. They stood at the same side this time, though they definitely maintained a bit of distance from each other. There was obvious tension between the three ladies. It was as if they were three different hens trying to exert their dominance over each other. Can we get this over with? Vess said in an annoyed tone. As much as I'd like to reminisce about the past with a couple of old friends, I don't see why this is necessary. I have already tied the knot with Gloriana. I have 3 beautiful children with her, and we plan to expand our collection in the near future. I have absolutely zero interest in rehashing old relationships. Neither of the 3 ladies found him credible. We wouldn't be here if you had truly moved on as you have claimed. There is a small part of you that still thinks what it could have been like if you pursued any of us instead. Iris Jupiter explained. Vess seriously doubted that. That doesn't make any sense. Why is Aisling here then? The lady in question gave him a brilliant grin. I may have behaved more excessively towards you than was wise, but you cannot deny that you were attracted to me. There was still a part of you that was thinking about accepting my gracious offer and separating yourself from the banshee that is your current wife. She intruded into your life, you know. Why did she succeed in manipulating your life to the point of severing your ties with Master Carmen Olsen and the Friday Coalition while I only received your scorn? Her crimes are worse than mine. I did nothing but attempt to bring you back to where you truly belonged. He experienced a mix of emotions as Lady Aisling mixed truth with self-serving claims. Although he wanted to refute her arguments right away, they were too tricky for him to come up with a good counter-argument. He's hopeless. Kedys rolled her eyes again. He's stupid, and he makes decisions that have no logical basis. I don't know what he is thinking 50% of the time, and I have been working under him for many years. Vess pinned his former student with a glare. Why are you here, Kedys? Isn't it obvious? For all your denials about your interest towards me, there was still a chance that we could have been together. Why did you let your stupid rule about not dating your own students get in the way? Because it's unethical, Vess exclaimed. You never let the rules get in the way of your ambitions before, Kedys forcefully shot back. The Sword Maidens and I were all pirates back then. None of us cared about the rules. You may have taught me a lot of stuff, but you weren't that much older than me. It would have been totally okay if you acknowledged my hints and reciprocated my affection. Instead of doing the obvious, you turned your back to me and married a hexer of all people. Vess was just about to defend himself until he was interrupted. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that I am late to this occasion. Odd. A new voice spoke up at this time. Vess groaned. He already recognized the voice even though it had clearly aged a bit over time. Patricia Schneider, of course you would show up here. How have you been doing? I go by Patricia Kane, not Schneider, though I would not fault you for your mistake. I only married a Fridayman for expediency, not affection. The calm woman spoke in the familiar flat manner of a rational Mech designer. Oh, I remember. Vess spoke as Patricia automatically joined the company of the other 3 women. How are you doing these days? Did the Komodo War threaten you or anything? From the way that Patricia carried herself, she had obviously matured and done well for herself. Her understated but high-quality clothing underneath her lab coat suggested that she had achieved notable success in her professional career. Master Null has taught me much, Patricia replied. The Komodo War may have ruined large parts of the Carnegie Group, but it has also given Mech designers such as myself many opportunities to assimilate into the Friday Coalition. I managed to become a journeyman during the closing days of the war and accepted many work orders as the Great Reconstruction effort went underway. Vess nodded in understanding. HM, just like Carlos, then. I'm happy that you are doing well for yourself. I don't really understand why you are here. Of all of the women here, you have the least reason to hold any interest towards me. You are clearly happy with leading your own life. Do you truly think that is the case? Patricia raised her eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to be a rational Mech designer? People like you suppress your emotions. That is not entirely true, Vess. Patricia shook her head. You misunderstand our kind. As long as we are still human, we still experience emotions as much as everyone else. The difference is that we have trained ourselves to lower our sensitivity towards our feelings. We simply refuse to get affected by our mood swings in order to maintain a more objective outlook towards our work. We do not turn ourselves into unfeeling robots that cannot understand the meaning of love. Oh, so what does that mean? I think the answer would be obvious to you. Patricia responded in a tone that possessed a hint of snideness. Vess didn't know what to do as he faced the 4 women that he could have been closer with if he chose differently. This entire scenario felt like a highly uncomfortable school reunion where he became confronted by all of his past lovers at once. Chapter 44, 90 Putting Down Old Flames. Can I say that I am really uncomfortable with this reunion? Keddies smacked her palm against her face. This isn't supposed to be a picnic, Vess. If it wasn't obvious to you already, you're supposed to man up and make peace with us all. You're not going to get past us if you continue to deny the obvious. And what is the obvious that you are referring to? Vess suspiciously questioned. By the way, why are you even here? Whatever flame that once sparked between us has snuffed out a long time ago. As far as I am concerned, you are happily married to Joshua. He is a much better fit to you than me, in my opinion. That may be true, but we humans don't always abide by what is correct and proper, she responded. Can you truly tell me that you have never thought about whether you should have entered into a relationship with me instead of Gloriana? Iris Jupiter coughed. Don't deny your true feelings, you fool. The first step to making progress is acknowledging the truth that you have always tried to deny because it wasn't convenient to you. That may work for you while you are living your life as normal, but now that you have embarked on a greater journey, you're not allowed to sweep the dust underneath your carpet anymore. Seeing that Vess wouldn't be able to overcome this hurdle without confronting a number of painful truths, he sighed and decided to be more forthcoming. The women were right. Continuing to resort to outright denial and evasion wouldn't get him anywhere. All right, I was interested in you all. Is that what you wanted to hear? He forced himself to say. I have tried my best to forget about feelings towards you, and I think I did a good job of doing so. I have already moved on, and so have most of you. I really don't see the need to retread the past and think about what I could have done to end up with you as opposed to Gloriana. Gloriana isn't as good for you as you think, Lady Aisling Curver claimed. Have you ever properly acknowledged how that witch manipulated and coerced you into becoming her eternal boyroy? There is a difference between being polite and respectful towards a woman and letting an abusive hexer ruin your life to the point where you have nowhere else to turn. Can't you acknowledge all of the crimes she committed to string you along her finger? So it was about that, huh? Vess felt extremely upset at being forced to confront this issue. The only reason why he didn't shout back was because enough years had passed for him to be able to look back at his past behavior and circumstances from a more detached perspective. Keddies found herself nodding in agreement with Aisling. I can accept getting beaten by another woman. I am no stranger to competition. Losing is just as part of the game as winning. What I can't accept is that Gloriana cheated her way to victory. While I followed all of the rules, she just inserted herself into your life and forced you to keep your attention on her with her invasive actions and her damned perfumes. Hey, don't insult her scents. She smells good. It's one of my favorite parts about her, Vess complained. Look, ever since I went through an involuntary augmentation process, my sensitivity towards a lot of stuff has dropped. A lot of food has become a lot blander, for example. While my physical tolerance for pain and hazardous environments has grown, I miss some of the pleasures that others have taken for granted. Gloriana has at least brought back a part of that in my life. Maybe I should have doused my body in hypnotizing smells as well. Lady Aisling Curver furrowed her brows. If something as simple as titillating your sense of smell is enough to reel you in, then I should have paid more attention to this variable. Pleasant scents alone cannot form the basis of your attraction to your current wife, Patricia Kane clearly observed. You can have each of us apply the scents that appeal to you if you inform us of your desires. There has to be more substantial reasons why you have eventually decided to put Gloriana above the rest of us. We wouldn't be here if that was the case. What do you want to hear from me then? Why does this even matter when one of you is already dead and gone while the rest of you have settled into your own relationships? I'm not entirely dead, Vess, Aisling claimed. Pieces of me still live on inside of you and those other spirits. You can bring a semblance of me back anytime. Vess did not bother to respond to Ashling's absurd proposal. "We are not going to leave unless you properly deal with us," Ketty stated as she moved her hands as if she was holding her bloodsinger. "Take it from a swordmaster like me. If you want to unlock your potential and harness a greater form of power, you must prove your worthiness. Your conduct up until this point falls short of what is required of you, so stop being a pussy and step up already." He never asked to undergo these trials. Although he read hints about tests and other stuff from the knowledge granted by the Orvan ritual sacrifice altar enlightenment fruit, he just thought that all of those ordeals were actually drug-fueled trances. He also thought that any failures experienced by those who attempted to become Orvan gods were all caused by botched or sloppy rituals. Vess tried his best to gather his thoughts and figure out a way to get past this uncomfortable reunion. He would rather suffer the complaints of Melinda than keep his temper in check in front of these women. "I may not have been entirely fair to you all," he admitted as he turned to his earliest crush. "Patricia, I had a crush on you back when we were younger. Your performance was much better than mine, and you were practically the belle of our class. I had fantasies about you, but I never dared to ask you out on a date. We lived in two different worlds as far as I was concerned. I never thought I could measure up against you until the time we graduated from the Rittersberg University of Technology." Patricia calmly nodded. "I could guess about your feelings towards me. You are not the first boy who looked at me in this way. You were not wrong to hold yourself back, Vess. I would have rejected you if you attempted to make an advance on me. That might have changed once you have graduated, though. At one point, your successes and your growth have made you more attractive to me. If you contacted me by the time you have become a well-established apprentice, I would have responded differently to you. Do you regret that, Vess?" He shook his head. "Nah, we both went our separate ways after we graduated. Sure, we met with each other a few times during a couple of tournaments, but we simply didn't belong in the same orbits. I think I managed to get over my childish crush towards you at that time." Although Patricia did not look completely satisfied with his answer, it at least sounded honest enough. "I acknowledge your words." Vess turned to Iris Jupiter. "As for you, I won't deny that I enjoyed your presence. In the short time we have been together, I felt comfortable and became engaged in the topics that we talked about. Now that I am looking back at this period, we definitely had chemistry going on between us. It's just our identities make it impractical for us to further our relationship. I'm a Brighter while you are a Vision. I don't know about you, but I am not a fan of Romeo and Juliet." Iris frowned. "We spent time together despite our awkward identities. We aren't as different as you think we are. I was a Vision dissident. I opposed the traditional order of my state at the time. If you showed more sympathy for my cause and offered to provide aid to the Vision Revolutionary Front past your mission, you would have been able to meet with me again." "I don't care one bit about the Vija Kingdom," Vess flatly said. "You clearly care a lot about the state of the Vija Kingdom and the welfare of its underclass, but what does that have to do with me? I don't even care about the Bright Republic anymore. While I don't think it is necessary for us to share the same interests in order to make a relationship work, I don't think it was meant to be considering you are such a strong Vision nationalist. So that is your answer to me, Vess." "Yes, Iris. Can I move on now?" He turned to Keddies without waiting for a reply. "As for you, I have already supplied you with my reasoning. I know that you and many other people can't fathom why I would possibly reject your hints and maintain my professionalism, but this is what I was taught in school. Patricia can attest to that. There are strict boundaries between teachers and students, and I have always respected them because I would be abusing your trust in me if I acted on your vulnerabilities." That seemed to trigger Keddies. "I am not a weak and vulnerable girl. I am a woman. I have even become a swordmaster. If this weird dream sequence hadn't deprived me of my bloodsinger, I would have chopped off your other leg for that remark." Vess remained unimpressed. "You were a child back then, Keddies. Your growth circumstances were hardly ideal. I know the Sword Maidens did their best to raise you as well as the other girls that came under their care, but I don't consider their approach to upbringing to be comprehensive enough. You spent so little time with men who you can treat as peers that you were just beginning to cope with attraction. Your crush on me was just as juvenile as my crush on Patricia. You treated me like a child. Maybe I did, Vess admitted. I don't see anything wrong with that. Look, I rejected your advances because I did not think you were ready for that, and because I don't think we would have been great together. Do you think I am ugly, Vess? Do you despise my messy genetics or my unfeminine appearance? Is that the reason why you went with Gloriana instead? Vess coughed. Please don't put words in my mouth. You are beautiful, okay? There are many forms of beauty out there. Just like there are many pretty mechs, there are also many pretty girls. Gloriana is like a slender and agile medium mech, while you are a stockier and more massive heavy mech. Are you calling me heavy? Can we please move on, Keddies? I still have to go through Aisling. Fine, Keddies huffed in a familiar manner. The real me won't be happy if she heard what you have said, though. I'm not here to please you or anyone else, Vess mildly replied before he turned to the last lady. As for you, Aisling, my repulsion towards you is quite simple. You deprived me of my freedom. You forced me to go along with you. The sole reason why an elite godger like you expressed interest to me was because of my design philosophy and potential. Nothing more. For all of your obsession towards me, your affection was never pure. You can say the same about Gloriana. Perhaps the only difference is that she got to you first. I was trying to correct the damage that she has done. Lady Aisling Curver shot back. I never asked for your help. You never asked for Gloriana to utterly ruin your relationship with the Friday Coalition either. Why have you never confronted her on that, Vess? Why did you let her get away with this and many other actions that have proven detrimental to your life and career? Why was she allowed to get away with her misdeeds, while I received the full brunt of your animosity? Vess found it difficult to formulate a proper answer to that. Lady Aisling Curver may have been a madwoman, but the same could have been said about Gloriana as well. Chapter 44, 91 Answer from his Heart. Vess closed his eyes and tried to formulate a proper response to Lady Aisling Curver. Normally, he would have tried to avoid this topic at all cost, but he was tired of running away from this issue. The specter of Aisling was hardly the only person who questioned the wisdom of hooking up with Gloriana. Plenty of clansmen and outsiders had asked the same question, and he never managed to form a coherent reply. However, now that he was being cornered by 4 female ghosts, Vess had no choice but to process his feelings on the matter and supply an answer that came from his heart. Gloriana is an intense woman, he began. She is a passionate woman. She knows what she wants and is decisive in her actions. I admire all of those traits. Sure, you have shown the same qualities, but there are differences. Like what, Vess? Patricia asked as she adopted an expectant expression. He glanced at Iris for a moment. We had chemistry, for one. Something just clicked between us in a way that never happened when I met you. My impression of you was that you wanted to use me for your own ends, and that your obsession towards me is only skin deep. And how is Gloriana any different? Gloriana is more willing to respect my demands and readily agrees to compromise with me on many matters, Vess retorted. She truly treated me as an equal. Sure, there are times when she behaves as if she is better than me. Her heart is in the right place. That's not enough, Vess. I know. I wasn't finished, Aisling. Look, my impression of Gloriana was fairly bad at first, but she steadily addressed many of the points that I objected to the most. She didn't always succeed in that, but she had been nothing but earnest in her attempts to change herself for my benefit. What happened over the years, since we started our relationship, has largely matched my expectations. Neither of the 4 women looked convinced as of yet. They still stared at him with the judgmental eyes that seemed to be intrinsic to females. Go on, Aisling urged. I never got the impression that you would ever get better, Aisling. You were like a force of nature that would not bend to anyone's will. You wanted me for my design philosophy, but you also looked down on me as a poor and powerless brighter. Isn't that right? My status would have never been able to measure up against yours. You were the proud, direct disciple of Master Huron, of the most powerful coalition partner of the Friday Coalition. That boosted your ego to an insane height. Please tell me the truth. Would you have ever respected me as your equal or your superior once I became better at my job? The woman who was supposed to be dead in reality became troubled all of a sudden. She clearly wanted to defend herself, but she wasn't really allowed to cover up her faults. If a specter couldn't be honest in this mysterious dream sequence, then why should Vess be held to a higher standard? Exactly, Vess pointedly said. I don't know whether I properly figured this out at the time, but my instincts have never led me astray. For one reason or another, Gloriana vibed with me. Her forceful actions appealed to me in a strange way. While I like a gentle woman like any other man, I cannot deny that I have an attraction to more assertive women as well. Not everyone has the same tastes, you know. We all have our quirks, and I suppose my attraction towards a woman like Gloriana is one of my many strange traits. I can't help it. This is just who I am. Is that enough for you, Aisling? The stubborn specter still refused to give up. Gloriana's actions directly led to numerous confrontations between you and your former allies. If she hadn't meddled with your relationships behind your back, you wouldn't have lost so many friends. You would have still been able to remain on friendly terms with the Bright Republic, the Ilvain Protectorate, and the Friday Coalition. Instead, you allowed Gloriana to mesmerize you with her hexer charm to the point where she played a principal role in provoking conflicts that has led to the death of many Larkinsons. She has blood on her hands. Vess vigorously shook her head. I reject your assertion. Gloriana did not set out to spark hostilities between me and the rest. She could not foresee that others would react so strongly to her actions, given that I was just a third-class Mech designer back then. Besides, the main fault lies with the Brighters, the Ilvainans, and the Friday men. They did not act out against me because someone forced their hand. They targeted me because they were consumed by greed and never had my interests at heart. They betrayed me, Aisling. I trusted them and valued my friendships with them, and they did what? They violated their own principles in exchange for naked benefits. You can't fault them for that, Vess, Aisling responded. States regularly operate this way. You of all people should know about the hard choices that leaders must take in order to serve and protect the citizens that are depending on them. Back then, I too acted on behalf of the interests of the Gage dynasty and the Friday Coalition, but that doesn't mean I would have treated you poorly because of their say-so. We would have become a great couple if you had just given me a chance. Vess didn't take her answer seriously. Huh, really? Didn't you tell me you would bring me straight towards the Clarion University of Mech Design, where Master Huron resides? How do you think all of those Friday men would have treated me? They would have treated me as a prisoner instead of a guest of honor. Don't tell me that you don't know what could have happened. Your fellow Friday men might not resort to outright brainwashing in order to preserve my talents, but they would have definitely applied all sorts of pressure and indoctrination on me until I became more acceptable in their eyes. Knowing that this would happen to me if you dragged me back, can you truly claim to respect my wishes and care about my well-being? I was attempting to restore your original life, Lady Aisling Curver said in a deflated tone. My approach may have been more abrupt and forceful than you would have liked, but the ends justify the means. As long as we managed to convince the public that you have returned to the side of the Friday Coalition again, we wouldn't have bothered you anymore. He sneered. After all of the crap you Fridaymen pulled, you have burned your bridges with me. You could have employed many ways to bring me back to your side. It was not completely impossible for you to pull me away from Gloriana's clutches. You just needed to show up and competed fairly against her. I would have given you a fair chance to prove yourself if you played by my rules. That wouldn't have worked. She already sank her claws too deep in you by that time. Her first mover advantage was so great that the only way I had a fair shot was to break the game. Vess became more and more disgusted by what he heard. You aren't helping your case, Aisling. You are making it worse. Just face it. You may have loved me, but your loyalty to your master, the Gage dynasty, and the Friday Coalition is too strong. You would have never put my interests above theirs. That is ultimately what makes Gloriana different. Even though she was an avid hexer, she has readily submitted to my demand of breaking off from every other state so that we will no longer be beholden to any government. He felt more comfortable about this situation as he squared his thoughts. In that sense, this confrontation had done a lot of good to him. His arguments might not entirely pass muster, but as long as they calmed the restlessness in his heart, that was enough to satisfy his needs. This dream sequence was ultimately about resolving his own uncertainties. He had no obligation to obtain the approval of all of the ghosts of his past. You get it now, Kedis smiled at him. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Everything is fine as you are certain about the choices you have made. We are here to help you, even if it looks as if the opposite is taking place. I get it, he told her before he addressed all of the women at the same time. I think I am almost done here. I have one last thing to say to you all. Like you, I am a Mech designer. Like you, I care about my design philosophy and my work. The swordmaster among the women rolled her eyes once again. Here he goes again. He's about to make another pedantic statement. I am being serious, Kedis. My work and my life is centered entirely around designing mechs. Almost every decision I make is at least indirectly related to mechs. I judge my actions on whether it will help me or hinder me in my journey to design a better mech. When I met Gloriana and found out about her design philosophy, I became attracted by the prospect of cooperating with her. It is just so obvious for us to work together, and since we were both eager and willing to collaborate on joint projects, it was a match made in heaven. That made the women look upset, but Vess didn't care about their feelings. Our initial collaborations largely proved how well we were able to work together. The fact that we held opposite design philosophies did not pull us apart. Instead, we recognized and valued each other's strength and worked hard to compensate for each other's weaknesses. The results of our efforts were massive improvements over the mechs that we have previously designed. I became happy. Gloriana became happy as well. While I don't think it is necessary for two mech designers who synergize well with each other to marry each other, I do not object to this practice. As mech designers, the other women should certainly be able to understand his argument. Enough, Vess said with a tone of finality. Begone, ladies. I appreciate you all for clearing the fog in my heart, but you have served your purpose. He was tired of getting jerked around by this dream sequence. Since when did he passively accept someone else's arrangements? This was his life. No one was allowed to steer him in a direction of their own choosing. Only Vess had the right to set his own course. Perhaps the dream sequence listened to his demands, because the scene finally changed. His four old flames blissfully disappeared. Vess took in his new environment. He appeared to be hovering in space at the moment. The planet down below looked familiar to him. It took only a few seconds for him to identify the planet he was orbiting at the moment. Just before he uttered the name, the surface began to change. Large clouds of sand and dust broke out from the surface. They appeared in various places and began to sweep across the landmasses in a slow but inexorable path. Cities became engulfed, while countless human lives perished during the time the Sandman race had broken through every form of resistance and engulfed the economic heart of the Bright Republic. Bentheim. Vess still remembered the day he witnessed this tragedy. It affected him so much that he even named his factory ship and flagship after the planet where he essentially earned his first pot of gold. Beautiful, is it not? A smooth and elegant voice spoke up from behind. Even though Vess was floating in space, without any obvious footing on his feet, he smoothly managed to turn around to face an individual that he couldn't recognize in the slightest. I can count the number of CFA officers that I have met in person with one hand, Vess stated despite the lack of air in his current environment. Can you introduce yourself, sir? The man wearing a resplendent CFA officer uniform made a shallow bow. I would be glad to, Mr. Larkinson. I am Captain Zonred Rizet. I have the privilege of commanding the Babylon Excavator, a reconnaissance cruiser operating under the auspices of the Common Fleet Alliance in the Red Ocean. Chapter 4492, A Random CFA Officer. Vess took a good look at the CFA officer that was floating a small distance away from him in this illusionary space landscape. The man carried himself around as a snobby, high-born fleeter. Vess had encountered this demeanor enough times to know that it was a common trait among the officer corps of the mighty Common Fleet Alliance. The Mechers already came across as elitists who thought they were better than the so-called space peasants and lesser galactic citizens, but the fleeters took it on a whole new level. Whereas the MTA at least made the effort to stay in touch with normal human society, the CFA existed as a detached state within human civilization. There were much fewer channels for humans to get in touch with the CFA. No one among the common folk had any chance to apply for a job aside from the highly insular and nomadic spaceborne clans. All of these factors and more had caused the people who worked for the Common Fleet Alliance to come across as enormous douchebags who expected everyone else to obey their directives without question. The man who claimed to be Captain Zonred, Rizet, carried the same sort of air, though he took the initiative to soften his stiff demeanor with a welcoming smile. His impeccable black and blue uniform that was embellished with golden cuffs and an aigalette allowed him to present himself as an extension of the CFA. Various medals, badges, rank insignia, and so on discreetly decorated the front and sides of his uniform. Vess frankly did not understand what most of them meant and whether Captain Rizet was an accomplished officer within the hierarchy of the CFA. The only part that he was certain about was that the fleeter's rank insignia indeed matched that of a line captain of the Common Fleet Alliance. The man's slightly youthful, handsome, and self-assured face suggested that he may be among the younger fleeters to have been promoted to captain, but who knew how much a combination of life-prolonging treatments and cosmetic augmentations slowed down his aging process. Overall, Vess still couldn't figure out much from the CFA captain and why the man was related to him in any way. He had met a few aloof and snooty fleeters over the course of his career, but he went out of his way to avoid them as much as possible. This was also why he embraced the patronage of the MTA, despite his misgivings about answering to a higher authority. Vess was involved in too many initiatives that had the potential to do enormous harm to the interests of the Common Fleet Alliance. From the MSDS to the Transcendence Glow, each of his major innovations could structurally elevate the power of Mechs on a universal scale. How would the fleeters react to all of his innovations? They certainly wouldn't approve of his work. Anything that changed the balance of power between Mechs and warships would most certainly attract their scrutiny and condemnation if they understood what he had been up to as of late. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to manifest a member of a hostile rival superorganization? Vess really hoped that these specters of different people did not pass on any crucial information about himself back to their counterparts in reality. Since Vess still couldn't figure out how Captain Zonred Rizet related to him in any way, he bit the bullet and broke the silence. Do you know me, Captain?" "I do," the fleeter replied in an easy tone. "I have been tracking your exploits with great interest." What? To hear that a CFA officer had not only taken notice of him, but actively paid attention to him on an individual basis was an alarming revelation. It was one thing if this bastard was an enthusiastic officer who coincidentally stumbled upon Vess living Mechs and became interested in the maker of these machines. It was another thing if Captain Rizet was part of a greater surveillance or monitoring group that comprehensively monitored Mech designers who could form a significant threat to the interests of the CFA in the future. Does the CFA have a habit of spying on little old journeymen like myself? The CFA tracks every Mech designer, particularly the high-ranking ones. Captain Rizet charitably exposed. "You are all agents of the MTA in one way or another. It is only logical for us to spend a fraction of our vast resources to keep abreast of your developments." How much does the CFA know about me and my work? Vess asked as he tried to remain as impassive as possible. Not as much as you think, Mr. Larkinson. You do not need to worry too much. The MTA has already laid a strong claim on you. Our CFA institutions are not allowed to cross their boundaries. Since that is the case, we primarily obtain our intelligence from public sources and third-party sources. Only the Mechers are allowed to invade your privacy on an unrestricted basis. That is reassuring. Though there was a small possibility that this CFA captain was lying or did not know the full truth, Vess didn't think that was the case. He had an ongoing working relationship with Master Termenau Dervidian and the transhumanist faction. Given how much they care about the Transcendence glow, they most certainly took precautions to prevent the fleeters from snooping around and obtaining sensitive information. So the CFA doesn't know what I am up to? Vess hopefully asked. That I cannot say. Our alliance is made up of many fleets, departments, and institutions. The left arm doesn't know what the right arm is doing, and we have more arms than we can count. I do not think the chance is likely, but as I have said, there are no guarantees. I have heard rumors of intelligence departments that employ the most state-of-the-art high technologies to collect information through methods that you cannot possibly fathom. Though Vess was a strong believer in the hybrid approach of the MTA, what Captain Rizet just revealed to him was a reminder that the CFA weren't dummies. Perhaps the fleeters might not have access to the reality-defying powers of high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers, but their total dedication to pushing the boundaries of pure technology most certainly allowed them to master their own kinds of wonders. Captain Rizet made a reassuring gesture. These methods are extremely expensive to employ, so you can rest easy, Mr. Larkinson. We do not have a habit of using an antimatter missile to swat a single Mech. I believe these observation methods are exclusively used to monitor the highest echelons of the MTA, the first-rate superstates, and major alien civilizations. I see. Thank you for disclosing that, Captain. Anyway, I believe you are here for a different reason, right? That is correct. You have already encountered numerous different personalities. A man of your intelligence should have discerned a pattern by now. Can you deduce the purpose of this meeting? That was a good question. Vess shifted his gaze to the planet that they were orbiting. The scouring of Bentheim was one of many tragedies that had befallen the rimward side of the Komodo star sector. It was the capstone of the Sand War, as the Big Two's strong retaliation had completely wiped out the alien aggressors. Nothing was left of the Sandman race any more aside from broken leader cores that the CFA had repurposed into powerful AI processors. The sight of all of the sandstorms raging across the surface of the first port system, where Vess sold his Mech, evoked several emotions. He felt regret for the fall of such a highly developed and densely populated planet. He felt a sense of loss for the disappearance of a major influence of his early life. He also felt a touch of guilt for playing a small but indispensable role in setting the Sand War into motion. I guess this is about the consequences of my actions, Vess said. There are not that many reasons to bring me here. If you wanted me to reminisce about something else related to Bentheim, then I would have been greeted with the trading hub in its heyday. Your guess is close enough, the CFA captain acknowledged. Let me show you more of your handiwork. Bentheim disappeared. In its place came another planet that Vess didn't recognize. The only thing the two had in common was the fact that the Sandman fleets overcame all resistance and managed to land their enormous fleets composed of countless sentient sand particles to engulf the surface. 6 billion humans dead, Captain Rizet announced. Another populated planet came into view. 1.3 billion humans dead. A smaller and more rural planet appeared. 27 million people dead. A lunar colony showed up next. 78,000 people dead. A planet that was larger and more developed than Bentheim appeared into place. 37 billion people dead. On and on, The environment changed to show a succession of planets that turned from lush or highly urban paradises into desert globes. The Sandmen left nothing intact in their wake. Their hunger and desire for resources was destructive to a degree that essentially turned them into living weapons of mass destruction. It would have been fine if the Sandmen race knew its place and conscientiously respected the border of human space. Yet now that they had egregiously sandblasted so many population centers across a sector-wide scale, the Big Two eventually had to step forward and put a stop to this naked assault on humanity. As Vess continued to watch Random Planet after Random Planet getting resetted into ecological blank slates, his heart and emotions grew numb at the sights. The slideshow of genocide and massacre was so excessive that Vess no longer had the stomach to track the total loss of human life. It was too much, that was for certain. He didn't want this show to go on any further. "What is the point of showing me all of this?" Vess impatiently asked. "Will you continue to show me each and every individual planet that has befallen the same fate? I'll be stuck here forever if that is the case." Captain Rizet did not look impressed. He swept his gaze towards the next populated planet that got showered by sand. "The fault for this lies with you, Mr. Larkinson. You are merely being confronted by the consequences of your reckless actions. Are you not responsible for releasing the hybrid artificial intelligence and Sandman Admiral known as Sigrund into the galaxy? You should have known how much of a threat a sentient, rogue AI poses to human civilization." "It's not my fault," Vess vehemently insisted. "Look, all of this is really sad and all, but I have nothing to do with it. The chain of events that has led to this outcome is so exaggeratingly long that you can't put any of the blame on me. I was just a trivial apprentice Mech designer at the time. I was forced to serve in the Mech Corps and was subsequently assigned to the Flagrant Vandal Mech Regiment, which subsequently had to complete a secret mission. If you should blame anyone for provoking the disaster, you should lay the guilt at the leaders who truly set these events into motion." Captain Rizet chuckled in a manner that was patronizing. "Interesting response. I see that your habit of pushing the blame onto others is as alive as ever. Who bears the greatest guilt for provoking the Sand War, then?" "Not me. It's Sigrund, right? I don't know why that insane Sandman AI decided to bring his race on a suicidal collision course with humanity, but he is definitely the entity that has turned the Sandmen from a bunch of slackers into warmongering aliens. I have nothing to do with that crazy AI. You should hold a trial for him instead and end this silly farce. That should work, right?" Okay. Chapter 4492, A Random CFA Officer. Vess took a good look at the CFA officer that was floating a small distance away from him in this illusionary space landscape. The man carried himself around as a snobby, high-born fleeter. Vess had encountered this demeanor enough times to know that it was a common trait among the officer corps of the mighty Common Fleet Alliance. The Mechers already came across as elitists who thought they were better than the so-called space peasants and lesser galactic citizens, but the fleeters took it on a whole new level. Whereas the MTA at least made the effort to stay in touch with normal human society, the CFA existed as a detached state within human civilization. There were much fewer channels for humans to get in touch with the CFA. No one among the common folk had any chance to apply for a job aside from the highly insular and nomadic spaceborne clans. All of these factors and more had caused the people who worked for the Common Fleet Alliance to come across as enormous douchebags who expected everyone else to obey their directives without question. The man who claimed to be Captain Zonred, Rizet, carried the same sort of air, though he took the initiative to soften his stiff demeanor with a welcoming smile. His impeccable black and blue uniform that was embellished with golden cuffs and an aigulette allowed him to present himself as an extension of the CFA. Various medals, badges, rank insignia, and so on discreetly decorated the front and sides of his uniform. Vess frankly did not understand what most of them meant and whether Captain Rizet was an accomplished officer within the hierarchy of the CFA. The only part that he was certain about was that the fleeter's rank insignia indeed matched that of a line captain of the Common Fleet Alliance. The man's slightly youthful, handsome, and self-assured face suggested that he may be among the younger fleeters to have been promoted to captain. But who knew how much a combination of life-prolonging treatments and cosmetic augmentations slowed down his aging process? Overall, Vess still couldn't figure out much from the CFA captain and why the man was related to him in any way. He had met a few aloof and snooty fleeters over the course of his career, but he went out of his way to avoid them as much as possible. This was also why he embraced the patronage of the MTA, despite his misgivings about answering to a higher authority. Vess was involved in too many initiatives that had the potential to do enormous harm to the interests of the Common Fleet Alliance. From the MSDS to the Transcendence Glow, each of his major innovations could structurally elevate the power of Mechs on a universal scale. How would the fleeters react to all of his innovations? They certainly wouldn't approve of his work. Anything that changed the balance of power between Mechs and warships would most certainly attract their scrutiny and condemnation if they understood what he had been up to as of late. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to manifest a member of a hostile rival superorganization? Vess really hoped that these specters of different people did not pass on any crucial information about himself back to their counterparts in reality. Since Vess still couldn't figure out how Captain Zonrad Rizet related to him in any way, he bit the bullet and broke the silence. Do you know me, Captain?" "I do," the fleeter replied in an easy tone. "I have been tracking your exploits with great interest." What? To hear that a CFA officer had not only taken notice of him, but actively paid attention to him on an individual basis was an alarming revelation. It was one thing if this bastard was an enthusiastic officer who coincidentally stumbled upon Vess living Mechs and became interested in the maker of these machines. It was another thing if Captain Rizet was part of a greater surveillance or monitoring group that comprehensively monitored Mech designers who could form a significant threat to the interests of the CFA in the future. Does the CFA have a habit of spying on little old journeymen like myself? The CFA tracks every Mech designer, particularly the high-ranking ones. Captain Rizet charitably exposed. "You are all agents of the MTA in one way or another. It is only logical for us to spend a fraction of our vast resources to keep abreast of your developments." "How much does the CFA know about me and my work?" Vess asked as he tried to remain as impassive as possible. "Not as much as you think, Mr. Larkinson. You do not need to worry too much. The MTA has already laid a strong claim on you. Our CFA institutions are not allowed to cross their boundaries. Since that is the case, we primarily obtain our intelligence from public sources and third-party sources. Only the Mechers are allowed to invade your privacy on an unrestricted basis. That is reassuring. Though there was a small possibility that this CFA captain was lying or did not know the full truth, Vess didn't think that was the case. He had an ongoing working relationship with Master Termenau Dervidian and the transhumanist faction. Given how much they care about the Transcendence Glow, they most certainly took precautions to prevent the fleeters from snooping around and obtaining sensitive information. "So the CFA doesn't know what I am up to?" Vess hopefully asked. "That I cannot say. Our alliance is made up of many fleets, departments, and institutions. The left arm doesn't know what the right arm is doing, and we have more arms than we can count. I do not think the chance is likely, but as I have said, there are no guarantees. I have heard rumors of intelligence departments that employ the most state-of-the-art high technologies to collect information through methods that you cannot possibly fathom." Though Vess was a strong believer in the hybrid approach of the MTA, what Captain Rizet just revealed to him was a reminder that the CFA weren't dummies. Perhaps the fleeters might not have access to the reality-defying powers of high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers, but their total dedication to pushing the boundaries of pure technology most certainly allowed them to master their own kinds of wonders. Captain Rizet made a reassuring gesture. These methods are extremely expensive to employ, so you can rest easy, Mr. Larkinson. We do not have a habit of using an antimatter missile to swat a single Mech. I believe these observation methods are exclusively used to monitor the highest echelons of the MTA, the first-rate superstates, and major alien civilizations. I see. Thank you for disclosing that, Captain. Anyway, I believe you are here for a different reason, right? That is correct. You have already encountered numerous different personalities. A man of your intelligence should have discerned a pattern by now. Can you deduce the purpose of this meeting? That was a good question. Vess shifted his gaze to the planet that they were orbiting. The scouring of Bentheim was one of many tragedies that had befallen the rimward side of the Komodo star sector. It was the capstone of the Sand War, as the Big Two's strong retaliation had completely wiped out the alien aggressors. Nothing was left of the Sandman race any more aside from broken leader cores that the CFA had repurposed into powerful AI processors. The sight of all of the sandstorms raging across the surface of the first port system, where Vess sold his Mech, evoked several emotions. He felt regret for the fall of such a highly developed and densely populated planet. He felt a sense of loss for the disappearance of a major influence of his early life. He also felt a touch of guilt for playing a small but indispensable role in setting the Sand War into motion. I guess this is about the consequences of my actions, Vess said. There are not that many reasons to bring me here. If you wanted me to reminisce about something else related to Bentheim, then I would have been greeted with the trading hub in its heyday. Your guess is close enough, the CFA captain acknowledged. Let me show you more of your handiwork. Bentheim disappeared. In its place came another planet that Vess didn't recognize. The only thing the two had in common was the fact that the Sandman fleets overcame all resistance and managed to land their enormous fleets composed of countless sentient sand particles to engulf the surface. 6 billion humans dead, Captain Rizet announced. Another populated planet came into view. 1.3 billion humans dead. A smaller and more rural planet appeared. 27 million people dead. A lunar colony showed up next. 78,000 people dead. A planet that was larger and more developed than Bentheim appeared into place. 37 billion people dead. On and on, the environment changed to show a succession of planets that turned from lush or highly urban paradises into desert globes. The Sandmen left nothing intact in their wake. Their hunger and desire for resources was destructive to a degree that essentially turned them into living weapons of mass destruction. It would have been fine if the Sandman race knew its place and conscientiously respected the border of human space. Yet now that they had egregiously sandblasted so many population centers across a sector-wide scale, the Big Two eventually had to step forward and put a stop to this naked assault on humanity. As Vess continued to watch random planet after random planet getting resetted into ecological blank slates, his heart and emotions grew numb at the sights. The slideshow of genocide and massacre was so excessive that Vess no longer had the stomach to track the total loss of human life. It was too much, that was for certain. He didn't want this show to go on any further. What is the point of showing me all of this? Vess impatiently asked. Will you continue to show me each and every individual planet that has befallen the same fate? I'll be stuck here forever if that is the case. Captain Rizet did not look impressed. He swept his gaze towards the next populated planet that got showered by sand. The fault for this lies with you, Mr. Larkinson. You are merely being confronted by the consequences of your reckless actions. Are you not responsible for releasing the hybrid artificial intelligence and Sandman Admiral known as Sigrund into the galaxy? You should have known how much of a threat a sentient, rogue AI poses to human civilization. It's not my fault, Vess vehemently insisted. Look, all of this is really sad and all, but I have nothing to do with it. The The chain of events that has led to this outcome is so exaggeratingly long that you can't put any of the blame on me. I was just a trivial apprentice Mech designer at the time. I was forced to serve in the Mech Corps and was subsequently assigned to the flagrant Vandal Mech Regiment, which subsequently had to complete a secret mission. If you should blame anyone for provoking the disaster, you should lay the guilt at the leaders who truly set these events into motion. Captain Rizet chuckled in a manner that was patronizing. Interesting response. I see that your habit of pushing the blame onto others is as alive as ever. Who bears the greatest guilt for provoking the Sand War, then? Not me. It's Sigrund, right? I don't know why that insane Sandman AI decided to bring his race on a suicidal collision course with humanity, but he is definitely the entity that has turned the Sandmen from a bunch of slackers into warmongering aliens. I have nothing to do with that crazy AI. You should hold a trial for him instead and end this silly farce. That should work, right? Chapter 44, 93, Exploiting a Metaphysical Circumstance. The CFA officer chuckled. Not so fast, Mr. Larkinson. Sigrund is undoubtedly responsible, but you are the person who has enabled the hybrid AI in the first place. You are the equivalent of a child who pressed a button on a console that accidentally caused a battleship to fire a main cannon onto a populated planetary surface. The weapon systems merely do as instructed. It is you, the button pusher, that holds actual responsibility for the damage inflicted as a result of your actions. That's unfair. Your analogy is complete nonsense. Those weapon systems you are referring to are not unthinking machines. They are instead controlled by at least one sentient, intelligent alien individual. Sigrund is the real button pusher. Vess quickly came up with two names. The first bastard who ruined so many planets is Senator for Life Camden Tavar. That old geezer was desperate to obtain a vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum, but didn't have the MTA merits to redeem one through the proper channels. Instead, he followed up on the alien equivalent of a scam call and sent a troop of disposable soldiers into the deep frontier, where the Sandman race traditionally resided. Even if that old and greedy scumbag could not foresee the existence of a monster like Sigrund, he is definitely the original decision-maker who bears the guilt of tipping the first domino stone. Captain Rizet weighed this argument, but shook his head shortly afterwards. His hands are stained with blood. There is no doubt about that. However, his guilt does not absolve yours, Mr. Larkinson. You were in a position to stop or prevent multiple states from getting wiped out in their entirety. But instead, you decided to act in your own self-interest, which inadvertently doomed more than a quadrillion human lives. You can deny your culpability for these crimes all you want, but it is through your hand that all of these life-bearing planets have died en masse. I reject your description. Vess stubbornly crossed his armored arms. You can spin the tragedies of Sand War in so many different ways. What you say might be true, but only if you look at it from a specific angle. It just so happens that I completely disagree with your stance. I may have been closer to the action, but I was just a single cog in an enormous machine. How can you possibly expect me to exert any agency over my actions? I was drafted by the Bright Republic's Mech Corps at the time, so I had no choice but to follow orders and complete the mission to the best of my ability. Are you saying that is wrong, Captain? Is the CFA in the habit of allowing its subordinates to disobey direct orders and deliberately sabotage their assigned missions? That was a clever argument. Captain Rizet could pretend as if he was a harbinger of justice all he wanted, but Vess knew quite well that the CFA had far more blood in its hands. The fleeter responded with an acknowledging nod. You have made a decent point. The CFA's hierarchy must be respected. Officers have the ability to disobey their instructions, but only under a strict set of narrow rules. To be frank, I am opposed to the blind respect towards authority and lack of flexibility in our organization. While that may have held the CFA together over the centuries, many developments have taken place that leads me to suspect that we are not adapting fast enough to respond to the threats that are approaching from multiple directions. Vess looked surprised. That is a rather progressive take on the situation. I did not expect to hear that from a fleeter. I am not an average fleeter. Captain Rizet grinned at Vess. I truly wish that my real self is here at the moment. He could make excellent use of the information that I currently bear. Would you like to make contact with him after you have concluded your ordeals? You can contact me directly, and without attracting the attention of the Big Two, by sending a specific code to this address. The CFA officer projected a galactic net address, as well as an entire page that was composed of random numbers, letters, and symbols. Vess grimaced at the sight. I don't have a habit of colluding with the CFA. Besides, do you think I'm a fool who knows nothing about spycraft? I also see no reason why I should send an encrypted message to a remote stalker. Who knows how many of my secrets you are attempting to leak to your principal? Captain Rizet did not admit his guilt, but waved the encrypted message away. Fine, then. Just send a random message if you wish. The contents of your letter are of no consequence as long as my real self is able to deduce that it comes from you. He will question you why you have learned about him, but I am sure he will be happy to open a dialogue with you. Even he is able to tell that you are a Mech designer that will wield great influence over the Mech industry and human society in the future. No offense, Captain Rizet, but don't you have a job to do at the moment? Vess grew impatient again. You're supposed to be judging me for my sins or something. I don't think this dream sequence will be happy if you keep taking advantage of this special moment to help your original self. The CFA officer smiled. You are correct. Do not reject this opportunity. You will need all of the allies that you can get in the Red Ocean. My real self may be a part of the CFA, but that does not mean he rejects what Mechs and the MTA stands for. If you talk to him, you will find that he is more open-minded than other fleeters. Sooner or later, you will grow influential enough that you will attract greater scrutiny from us. Would you prefer to be monitored by a hardliner who detests Mechs with every fiber of his being? Or would you rather be handled by a more supportive element of the CFA? HM, you make a good point. I will consider your offer. Avoiding the CFA all the time was not a permanent solution. Although Vess relied on the MTA to shield him from probes, sooner or later, he would become too prominent to hide the full implications of his expanding works. If Vess managed to build a bridge with an arm of the CFA, then he would not only be able to understand the powerful naval organization's stances a lot better, but also have the option to negotiate deals with the help of an insider. Let us get back on track, Captain Rizet said, and waved his arm across the surrounding space. Seeing that you refuse to admit culpability towards the massive death toll of the Sand War, let us move to a different war that is much more directly related to your actions. The surroundings changed to show a cityscape that was engulfed by fires, explosions, and lots of fighting. Vess initially wondered where he was, but soon noticed several mobs of armed and angry heavy-gravity variant humans fighting against each other. Hardly any of them looked like professional soldiers. They all appeared to be civilians that had just picked up a weapon or two before proceeding to run out into the streets and fight against any dwarf that belonged to the other side. The scripture doesn't lie. Vulcan is a human, a fanatic claimed as he lifted up a small totem of Vulcan in the guise of a human in one hand and recklessly fired his laser rifle with his other hand. An opposing dwarf lifted up a statuette of Vulcan in the guise of a dwarf. You foul tall folk admirer, our greatest dwarven god is not a human. He is a dwarf and the most magnificent one of all. Death to the tall folk and their misguided slaves. Dwarven blood spilled across the ground in such great quantities that whatever street maintenance bots were active simply weren't able to mop it all up fast enough. Soon enough, Mech started to get into the picture as well. A stocky Mech of dwarven proportions even crashed the current firefight by stomping through a structure and planting its feet directly onto the largest concentration of Vulcanites that were aligned to the dwarven god cult. Our prayers have been answered. More Mech showed up. Loyalists and rebels began to tear up the streets with such great intensity that the fanatics on foot who tried to contribute to the fight in their own way inevitably got squashed or struck by collateral damage. The surroundings shifted. A different planet came into view. The architecture was different, but the battles were roughly the same. The dream sequence rapidly flicked from planet to planet. Sometimes, Vess got a close and personal view of the ground action. Other times, he hovered in orbit where he could look down on how the religious dispute had engulfed so many different population centers. The civil war that had spread across the Vulcan Empire had become so violent and destructive that too few dwarves were paying attention to the humans anymore. That was a mistake. While the Vulcanites were completely absorbed by the throes of fanaticism, the surrounding human polities bordered the smiling Samuel Star sector, sharpened their knives while watching with glee. Once the Vulcan Empire had beaten itself up extensively enough, those human states pounced. Mech army after Mech army poured in from all sides. Though the Vulcan Empire's vast and extensive military still maintained a large amount of defensive troops who had largely stayed out of the religious strife, the dwarven Mechs could only hold the line for a time. Without the support and unity of a functional dwarven state, there was no way for the Vulcanite Mech armies to hold back the onslaught for long. Planet after planet that had already become half-ruined by dwarven infighting toppled within days as vengeful human invaders easily crushed the remnants that were still fighting their feudal struggle. The dream of an ideal dwarven state was over. The Vulcan Empire collapsed, and much of the smiling Samuel Star sector returned to human hands. Though the human invaders tried their best not to commit wholesale slaughter on the dwarven people in order to avoid condemnation, they were anything but gentle in their treatment of the human-phobic Vulcanites. Vess watched all of this happen with a neutral expression. He understood quite well what had happened to the Vulcan Empire during this period. Unlike the Sand War, it was not easy for him to deny his involvement in the events that took place in Smiling Samuel. Well, what do you have to say, Mr. Larkinson? Do you acknowledge your primary responsibility for stoking sectarian strife in a large dwarven state that has directly led to the deaths of countless dwarven lives and an even greater loss of property? Do you admit your culpability in the fall of the Vulcan Empire and a direct loss of confidence among the dwarves who live in the rest of human space? Vess vigorously denied the accusations. What? No, it's not my fault these dwarves decided to go to war over each other. I just distributed a lot of statues, that was all. What the Vulcanites do with them is their business. Those fanatics decided to go to war against their perceived enemies on their own accord. I never compelled them to ruin their own state. Look at what you have wrought, Mr. Larkinson. You are the progenitor of the Vulcan Empire. Your meddling of the past has led to the rise of a dwarven state that has always rested on a foundation that is deeply flawed. It is through your reckless and thoughtless actions that the division among the Vulcanites existed in the first place. A destructive civil war was already on the horizon. Yet instead of using your abilities to mend the wounds and temper the Vulcanites, as you have done with the Hexers, you instead abused your craft to escalate the conflict, thereby causing it to set the Vulcan Empire aflame. Chapter 4494, Vess the Righteous. The most ridiculous aspect of it all is that you deliberately exploited the fault lines of the Vulcan Empire for the sole reason that the Vulcanites have rejected your entry into their space. The CFA captain added. We had free passage, Vess complained. We had a pass from the MTA, but the Vulcanites chose to violate the rules first and attack my fleet without any justification. Is it justified for me to let that go? They attacked me and my alliance, so that gives me the right to strike back at the Vulcan Empire. It's not my fault that they couldn't take my blows as well as I was able to take theirs. Captain Rizek crossed his arms. Is it so hard for you to make contact with a friendly and sympathetic dwarven group to take up your quest on your behalf? You could have contracted a group of dwarven agents that could travel to your original destination. That wouldn't have worked. Vess shook his head. I have no power over any dwarves. How can I ensure they hand over the treasure to me without attempting to take it for themselves? In fact, I bet the Mechers would find out about the Timpala steel somehow and claim this extremely valuable resource for themselves. It had to be me to make contact with it. As long as I can reach its hidden location and absorb it on the spot, I can minimize the chance of any interception, whether it is from the dwarves or from the Mechers. Besides, it turned out that the Iron Emperor and his pet ace pilot had been waiting for me all along. The Dwarven Emperor would have taken the Timpala steel before any of my hired agents could get out of the star system. The CFA officer looked disappointed. All of this may sound logical from your perspective, but you are completely ignoring the immense amount of suffering that your selfish actions have inflicted on the greater population. Have you ever thought about foregoing the retrieval of the Timpala steel and resume your journey to the Red Ocean? Not every prize is worth the sacrifice. Not every coin on the street has to be picked up by you. Letting go of opportunities takes just as much courage, Mr. Larkinson. Vess snorted. Yeah, right. If I held that mentality, then I would have remained a mediocre apprentice Mech designer who is still struggling to reach journeyman back in the Bright Republic or some other worthless third-rate state. No thanks, Captain. I am not in the habit of sowing death and destruction for my own amusement, but if a group of hostiles stand in the way between me and my goal, then it is their fault for losing in a confrontation against me. Those Vulcanites you are trying to portray as victims are anything but bloodless. They have bullied many different human groups in the past. They shouldn't complain when the tall folk that they have disparaged and attacked so many times decided to answer their provocations. Captain Zonred, Rizet threw a disbelieving look at Vess. Have you forgotten about your role in founding the Vulcan Empire in the first place? The surroundings changed to show the mines of Disala X. It showed how a mining camp underwent upheaval as the dwarven rebels broke out and fought against the human camp guards. Using Rion Auden as your puppet, you directly agitated and fermented rebellion against the owners of this underground mine. Captain Rizet continued. While it is noble for you to lend your aid to the cause of these underprivileged dwarves, you did so in the ugliest fashion possible. You used that devil tongue of yours to fill their minds with crude and anti-human propaganda that you don't even believe in. You even dressed yourself up as Vulcan, the god of mechs, dwarves, and craftsmanship. After all of the damage you have done to the Vulcanites, you even had the audacity to hijack the center of their faith and claim it as your own. Do you feel no shame, Mr. Larkinson? Despite the CFA officer's thunderous tone, Vess did not feel guilty in the slightest. The events that took place around him might as well be a drama show in his eyes. He waved his arms around the current environment. Look at these dwarven rebels. Do they look as if they could become founders of a powerful all-dwarven state one day? No reasonable person would have thought that these bunch of barely literate, uneducated dwarven mining serfs would succeed in toppling not just one, but every other state in the smiling Samuel Star sector. And that matters because... Don't play coy with me, Captain, Vess sneered. I only had suspicions before, but now that I have a better understanding how the MTA operates, I am 100% certain of my guess. The Vulcan Empire is nothing but an experiment. An experiment? Vess nodded with certainty. Yes. A powerful official from the association took advantage of the dwarven rebels that arrived with a sample of Timopala steel in their hands and facilitated the ambitions of the escapees. Every step of the way, those bumbling dwarven fools received just the right help to advance their cause, but not enough to expose the meddling from an MTA official. Eventually, the dwarven rebels succeeded in their cause and founded the Vulcan Empire. But it is not through my hand they succeeded, but that of an arm of the MTA. So your answer to this matter is that the Mech Trade Association is responsible because they oversee the smiling Samuel Star sector and regulate it as necessary. That is not a strong argument, Mr. Larkinson. The MTA oversees every region of human space. It is part of their mandate. The conspiracy theory you are espousing may be plausible enough to be true, but you were the person who granted the dwarves their first strong objects of faith. You should have known those weak dwarves wouldn't have been able to divest themselves from the radical beliefs that you have imparted into their heads. I sincerely doubt the MTA cannot handle a bunch of dwarves, Vess retorted. The mastermind had every opportunity to steer the Vulcanites into a moderate direction, but instead encouraged them to become more radical about their anti-human beliefs. If anything, you should look to accuse this fellow for setting up the Vulcan Empire to fail. All I did was help a bunch of captive dwarves break out of their prison planet. What they did after that is none of my business. Is that your answer to this entire affair, then? You continue to stick to your tried-and-true solution of passing off responsibility to other scapegoats, thereby completely denying your own culpability in the process. Vess proudly nodded. Yup. Hey, if it works, it works. Look, I admit that I may not have behaved as neatly as I could have, but I was practically working under duress. The system practically pushed me into obtaining the Timpala steel at all cost. If anyone or anything deserves to bear the ultimate fault, it is the Mech designer system. It is the system that pushed me into this life. It is the system that pulled me into Rian Auden's mind when I just wanted to enjoy a calm and relaxing mastery experience. It is the system that wordlessly blackmailed me into fetching the T-Impala steel that it had initially found. In the end, it was the system who benefited the most from this disaster. The CFA captain did not even deign to respond to such an absurd line of reasoning. Very well, Conrad Rizet eventually said. Since you are adamant about admitting your guilt on these affairs, let us address an issue that is more directly tied to your work. The surroundings changed to show a random space battle in an unknown star system. Vess initially didn't know what the fight was all about, but he quickly figured out that a powerful group of aggressors were assaulting what appears to be a civilian refugee fleet. While the latter possessed a sizable escort, the attacking force happened to possess a clear advantage. The reason why the attackers gained the upper hand was because they fielded living mechs, while the defenders of the refugee fleet did not have that privilege. Vess could see how desolate soldiers worked to stiffen the hearts of Mech pilots as they launched attacks against harmless vessels that were filled to the brim with ordinary people. He could see how a group of ferocious piranhas surrounded the flagship of the refugee fleet. Their oppressive and disorienting glows paralyzed and disabled most of the crew, allowing the vessel to be captured intact. Hey, that's a good tactic. I should note that down, Vess whispered to himself. The scene changed again. This time, it showed the invasion of a planet by a hostile state. Planetary invasions were often brutal, especially when the local citizens armed themselves to resist the incoming occupiers. Yet as the residents of the captured areas commenced their noble opposition, the pacifiers designed by Vess showed up whenever an incident occurred. The rebels who fought desperately against the violent and murderous invaders fell into artificial tranquility as the pacifiers swooped in and doused the surroundings with their glows. Though not all of the rebels ceased their struggle, enough of them had lost will to fight, causing them to become easy pickings. Similar scenarios came into view. Vess saw on how different groups of customers made use of living mechs for purposes that were less than honorable. Okay, I get what is going on, Vess flatly said. Are you attempting to lay the guilt of their crimes on my feet? Captain Rizet nodded. Do you not feel any responsibility for their actions? You may not be the man who pulled the trigger, but you are still the person who handed the actual culprits weapons that are far too destructive for their own good. Do you not see the parallels between what you are doing and what has led to the end of the Age of Conquest? Humanity back then almost ruined itself due to wielding too much power than they are equipped to handle. Your unbridled hunger and desire to design mechs that are more combat effective than your previous works will lead to consequences that are so dire that entire wars will be fought with your living mechs as a catalyst. Do not even get me started on your other inventions that have an even greater chance to detonate humanity. Vess huffed and shook his head. You should have started with this to begin with. What you are talking about is small fry compared to what you had brought up earlier. If I follow your line of reasoning, then pretty much every mech designer should resign from their jobs and work in amusement parks or something. Ha! The human race is a violent race. War and conflict is rooted in our bones. If I don't develop the weapons that humanity craves, then someone else will. Even if the mech industry disappears overnight, then people will just go back to building and using warships on a massive scale again. I don't know about you, but if I had to choose between mechs or warships to feed humanity's addiction to warfare, I would pick the former within a heartbeat. What a lazy answer. Instead of admitting to the damage that your products have wrought by making them widely available, you instead lean on the argument that warships are worse. It's true, right? Both are harmful. Vess chuckled. What do you expect us to do, then? We can't fight with nothing. Humanity needs to maintain an effective means to fight against hostile alien races. Even if you limit the use of mechs and warships to the big two, that does not remove the need for mech designers such as myself. There are other, more benevolent mech designers that can do the heavy lifting. Captain Rizet stated. You are not needed. The mech industry is already oversaturated with mech designers. Why not pass on this responsibility to more capable hands? You already have a habit of passing off your guilt in a similar fashion. I refuse to step aside because I am on the side of humanity. Vess seriously responded. I have only glimpsed a hint of the greater threats that you have mentioned earlier, but that is enough for me to conclude that human civilization will likely come under existential threat in the future. Instead of cowering underneath the skirts of the big two, I chose to step up and do my part in helping fellow humans resist whatever is coming. Is that not a noble goal? Yet the abuses. Shut up, Vess snapped. You don't get to judge me. No one can judge me. From the moment that humans left their home planet and strode across the stars, they have entered a survival contest that pits their very survival against that of countless other races. Right or wrong doesn't apply here. Every race deserves a chance to live, but on the other hand, no race has an inviolable right to survive. We are living in a part of the cosmos where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme. In the face of so many external threats, any attempt to advance humanity's military might is a virtue. I believe without a shadow of a doubt that my work is both noble and righteous, because everything I do is ultimately to the benefit of my racial group. Unless you want to sound like a cosmopolitan and sympathize with aliens that would love nothing more than to make humanity extinct, then shut your stinking fleeter mouth and be gone from my sight. The entire background reset into an empty void. Captain Zonred Rizet stared deeply into Vess' eyes. That is not the answer that I expected to hear from you, Mr. Larkinson. You are right in a sense. Right or wrong are irrelevant in many cases. The only variable that matters is power. If you are convinced that you are working on the side of humanity by arming its soldiers with ever more powerful and effective mechs, then that is your choice. Just know that your work may not always be what humanity needs anymore. If there comes a point where your mechs causes more harm than good in human society, I hope you will not break yourself by struggling over the hard choices that you have to make at that time. With that, the annoying CFA officer finally disappeared. I hope this stupid ride ends soon. I'm more than tired of ghosts trying to question my principles. Vess muttered under his breath. He could feel that this ride was finally nearing its end. A deep and profound change was taking place on a level that was too deep for him to track, but he could instinctively feel that it was building up to an extraordinary event that would have massive implications for his life going forward. Come on, who's next? Chapter 44-95, The Last Spectres. Everything Vess experienced so far had to deal with his past. The ongoing dream sequence brought forth different personalities to question every major element of his life. From his relationships with his friends and lovers to the consequences of his more controversial actions, Vess felt as if he had gone through a shower of recriminations and accusations. Nobody would feel good after enduring so much pressure. Yet, strangely enough, the pressure also made him feel stronger and more self-assured. Strange. Vess recognized that he occasionally had a habit of avoiding conflict. This usually happened when he did not wish to confront a difficult issue. For a long time, this strategy worked, but whatever he was experiencing at this moment left him no choice but to confront his demons. Maybe it's for the better. He felt as if he was undergoing a journey of self-reflection and self-actualization. By accepting his deeds, letting go of his fears, and removing the doubts that had dug into his mind, his mentality became clearer and more sober in a way that Vess found difficult to describe. "It's as if I'm cutting off the filth that has been holding me back," Vess murmured as he continued to float in a completely blank space. The completely dull and featureless space did not match the energy and excitement coursing through his mind and body. Vess had a winner's mentality right now. He felt like a champion for slaying one demon after another. The high that was elevating his mood at the moment was similar to the times where he won a difficult design duel against a formidable rival Mech designer. Certainly, the more rational part of himself recognized that his answers were less than ideal. They would not pass muster to everyone, as evidenced by the lack of agreement from specters such as that of Melinda Larkinson. So what? Vess already figured out that this unexplainable mental examination was mostly, if not entirely, about himself. "The only person I need to convince is me." Vess patted the chest plate of his illusionary, unending regalia. "As long as I am okay with it, everything is fine." There was no higher authority that he needed to answer to. He rejected the existence of gods and prayed to no one. If he had any faith to speak of, then it probably revolved around the power of humanity. Humans are individually weak by nature, but any of them can ascend step by step until they become akin to gods. Since Vess aimed to ascend to the same level one day, there was no reason for him to submit or surrender to any of the pretenders that claimed to hold dominion over reality. Any pretender god that attempted to impose his own rules or morality to Vess would have no ground to stand on. There was no chink in the armor or weak point that could be exploited. Vess only had faith in himself and his works. There was no point for him to gain the approval of the masses either. Though he recognized how indispensable it was for him to conform to the society which he professed to serve, he rejected the notion that it was necessary for him to answer to the mob. Whether it was the Larkinson clan, the Golden Skull Alliance, the Hex Federation, the MTA, or other large organization, Vess only cooperated with them because it was in his best interest to maintain those relationships. Although he did not want to ruin his friendships and turn his back on the people who helped him out, he knew from personal experience that once a relationship was no longer beneficial for either side, it was best to cut any ties before a regretful incident took place. The cosmos is big. There are countless different groups and people in the old galaxy and the new frontier for me to associate with. The more powerful I become, the more I am able to gather like-minded people by my side. I will never have to give up my autonomy if the people I care about support my endeavors. This was one of the reasons why he chose to found the Larkinson clan. If he didn't do so, then he would have either found himself isolated or forced to rein in his dreams and ambitions. As Vess recalled his earlier talks with different specters, he found that he did not regret anything he said. He spoke from his heart, and he wholeheartedly stood by his statements. Perhaps he might not have the courage to repeat everything he said in front of other people in reality, but as long as he was able to convince himself of his own sincerity, then he remained internally consistent. Maybe that's the point of it all, Vess idly guessed. Just like how expert pilots must cast aside all doubt and refine their will into a unidirectional force, I must also get my act together. This was why he was wondering what came next. He already addressed all of the major doubts that he had tried to suppress. Whatever else was left shouldn't be important enough to merit a serious discussion. He did not have to wonder for much longer, because the surroundings finally started to shift. The blank space made way for a view that looked down at the entirety of the Milky Way and its satellite galaxies. It was a grand view that made Vess feel both incredibly small and incredibly large. He felt small because he knew that every concentration of light that he could spot with the naked eye likely represented multiple clusters of bright and powerful stars. There were so many of these clusters that Vess could not even count them all. There were just so many of them, and when they were around each other, they formed a circular tapestry that became so enormous that Vess felt incomparably tiny in comparison. On the other hand, he felt grand as if he had ascended beyond the realm where he previously resided. Few people got to enjoy this view in their lives. Only the most powerful and special among humans might gain a similar opportunity to hover above the local galactic neighborhood and look down upon it as if they were gods. As Vess became more inspired by the grand and magnificent sight, his heart became touched by the galaxies that maintained an active connection to him. Both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean began to resonate with him as if they were family. The sensation was indescribable. He felt as if he was experiencing a subtle nirvana on a mental level as his consciousness and his spirit took in the energies provided by those galaxies. Vess could hardly maintain a coherent state of mind during this soundless ritual. He communicated and conversed with the two galaxies on a level that was far removed from normal human speech. It was as if the Milky Way and the Red Ocean had become his latest conversation partners. The galaxies are alive. This was a ridiculous statement on its face. Nobody would believe in such an absurd statement, but Vess had worked with living mechs and products for many years. He could recognize the signs of life. Sure, the galaxies weren't alive in a traditional sense that people could easily determine, but Vess was convinced that the galaxies were either alive or had a living component to their existences. They are the wellsprings of life. They are the forest where fauna and flora can flourish. They are the mother of all mothers. Just like certain people had a tendency to anthropomorphize old Earth as a female goddess that went by the name of Gaia, Vess almost had a tendency to do the same for the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Even though Vess was undergoing a grand sublimation that was changing the very structure of his most inner self, he managed to gain enough awareness to run his analytical mind. He spontaneously formulated the living galaxy theory and began to note down as many observations and hypotheses as he could come up with. There was no better opportunity for him to do so, because he had a feeling that he might forget most of what he was experiencing once this process had run its course. The living galaxies are not only alive, but they possess an indeterminate amount of sentience and agency. If the first half of the assumption was radical enough, then the latter part went way beyond what people could reasonably accept. He essentially claimed that the Milky Way and the Red Ocean possessed the awareness of what was taking place and the desire to intervene. Why else would the two galaxies be willing to start a wordless conversation with Vess if they weren't interested in communicating? Given that they possessed their own needs and desires, Vess made a second assumption. Living galaxies have their own agendas. One of them should definitely be self-preservation. It was a universal quality of life to preserve their own existence. Species that did not care about themselves would eventually endanger themselves to the point where they became extinct. Since the galaxies existed for an awfully long time, it was logical to assume that they valued their own existences. To what extent, Vess didn't know. He already knew that the Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy were set to collide with each other in 4.5 billion years, but perhaps that was a natural part of their life cycles. In any case, Vess felt strongly about his own survival, so he imagined that he had at least some common ground with the living galaxies. As the less conscious parts of Vess continued to hold a grand dialogue with the two galaxies, His more conscious side attempted to figure out their personalities and agendas. This was an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Vess only touched a fraction of their great and vast existences, but already he felt as if he had come into contact with entities that were too powerful for him to properly interpret. Whatever feelings, thoughts, and emotions they possessed were either far too powerful for him to properly register, or too advanced and abstruse for Vess to be able to understand from a humble human perspective. His humanity and mortality was limiting his ability to communicate with the living galaxies. He was like an ant trying to converse with a CFA battleship. The disparity in scale alone was so great that it was only through the benevolence of the Milky Way and the red ocean that Vess did not get crushed under their metaphorical weight. Still, Vess was nothing if not stubborn. He tried his best to gather enough data and managed to make a few readings that might be accurate. The Milky Way is old, scarred. It is damaged but unbroken. It wants to mend its wounds and become whole and strong again. Vess never thought of the Milky Way as a scruffed and anemic galaxy, but that was what he was vaguely able to interpret through his limited senses. The red ocean is like a body that is kept alive and empowered by its defining exotic. Its star systems are like organic cells, and the alien races that travel from one location to another are like the veins that allow for face water to circulate throughout the dwarf galaxy. Vess picked up a lot of other weird impressions, many of which didn't entirely make sense. Nonetheless, despite the fact that Vess was one of many human intruders of the red ocean, the living dwarf galaxy did not appear to treat him as a virus that needed to be purged by its immune system. The red ocean, instead, welcomed him into its embrace with open arms. It was touching in a way. Vess had no idea whether there were any specific agendas behind the acceptance of the two living galaxies, but that did not stop him from accepting their goodwill. The only doubt in the more sober part of his mind was the price he needed to pay for treatment. Nothing comes for free. Chapter 44, 96 Gentle Ascension. Vess did not believe in the existence of heaven. It was a staple of many religions, but he was taught to disregard their claims and descriptions of what the afterlife was supposed to be like. Did this mean that Vess denied the existence of an afterlife? That was not necessarily the case. It was still possible for a secularist like himself to believe that there may be a form of life after the physical death of the body. Vess had witnessed too many cases of entities coming back from the dead. However, the afterlife might not look anywhere close to what people imagined it to be. Mortals were just too confined by their limited perspectives to describe the greatness of reality and all of its facets. Yet if a place like heaven could ever be real, then he imagined that the enormous living galaxies might be such a place. In any case, people could understand his theories a lot better if Vess claimed that he was communicating with the heavens rather than a pair of living galaxies. It's just that this is how I am able to interpret them based on my understanding and life. Vess was most sensitive to life and built up his entire views around this central concept. If Gloriana ever went through a similar experience, then she might perceive the galaxies as intricate machines that were far closer to perfection than anything smaller. In any case, an indeterminate amount of time passed by. Vess did not have the awareness to count the passage of minutes or hours. It was all fuzzy to him, but even if he could track the passage of time, it was pointless. A part of him understood that his dialogue with the living galaxies proceeded at its own pace. He recognized that his ability to maintain this wordless exchange depended on a large part on his own psyche, mentality, spirit, and other mental factors. Maybe that was what those previous challenges were all about, he guessed. They served to test me and prime me for this pivotal contact. If a lesser individual went through the same process, then their weak and messy minds would not be able to bear the burden of communicating with such vast and elevated living existences. It took a strong mind to bear the enormous pressure and process the influx of information. To be honest, Vess barely understood a fraction of what he was getting from the living galaxies. Over 99% of what he received from them was functionally useless to him, given that he could not make heads or tails of what they conveyed. He could barely interpret whatever was left, but that gave him enough food for thought. The Milky Way came across as something akin to a wounded emperor that had been driven out of its palace and was reduced to begging on the streets. While the Milky Way was likely one of the largest and most powerful beggars in the cosmos, this did not change the fact that the living galaxy needed help. The source of help didn't matter. Regardless of how much smaller and weaker Vess may be, as long as he had the potential to grow and transcend his own mortality, he might attain a level of strength one day where he could provide material aid to an entire galaxy. Of course, even if he fell far short of that goal, it was enough for him to get by with what he could understand. Even living galaxies have needs. The best way that Vess could interpret his relationship with them was that he was one of the many bacteria that had been born inside their bodies. Every human had benevolent bacteria in their bodies. They played a small part in keeping the human body healthy and functional. A single bacterium might not be able to do anything meaningful to a body that was countless times greater, but a large group of them could still make a significant difference. What was significant about his current state was that he was a bacterium who had mutated from the rest of his ilk. He became more powerful and was increasingly able to affect the state of the enormous human body where he resided. Mutations weren't always good. Cancer usually occurred when body cells malfunctioned and started to replicate uncontrollably. Vess was also transcending his original role as just one tiny cog in an immense machine. Perhaps this was what his current experience was all about. He was enduring one final test to see whether his mutation allowed him to be able to keep his identity as a benign influence or whether he became harmful all of a sudden. Vess had the vague idea that this test was supposed to be far more difficult than it should. As much as Vess was happy about his mental state, he did not have any illusions about its development. He should have been far from qualified to receive so much pressure and converse with entities that were far too massive for him to behold. It doesn't make any sense. The belief that he wasn't ordinarily qualified to handle so much power became stronger. For some reason, the living galaxies were giving him preferential treatment. They could have exerted a tiny fraction more pressure on him, and that would have strained his mind to the point of breaking. Instead, these vast and powerful existences meticulously controlled the expression of their endless might to a level where Vess could endure their power. Vess tried to figure out the reason why he was having it so easy. Is it because I employed some of the theories and methods imparted by the Orvan ritual sacrifice altar enlightenment fruit? He shook his head. That couldn't be it. The enlightenment fruit did contain knowledge that referenced a bond to the red ocean as a whole or something, but much of that was dressed up in superstitious language. Maybe not all of those crazy statements were nonsense. Yet even then, the Orvans all talked about how terrible it was to harmonize with the dwarf galaxy that they were a part of. Many of the ones that survived the experience but received too many injuries in the process claimed that they had fallen short at this junction. Maybe it's the system again. That made the most sense. The specter of Carlos Shaw already mentioned that the system had actively intervened to make this entire trip less dangerous. It also fit with the spiritual ascension upgrade track that Vess had recently chosen. These were exactly the kinds of situations where the system had to fulfill its purpose. Maybe this is one of the most important factors why I can bear the pressure of 2 living galaxies at once. I'm not just enduring the pressure of the red ocean at the moment. I'm also communicating with the Milky Way. That was odd. Why was he talking to 2 living galaxies at the same time? Shouldn't a single one suffice? Vess vaguely recalled that he interacted with the Milky Way galaxy when he advanced to Journeyman. This caused him to develop a connection with the Milky Way, though Vess wasn't clear about the nature and the properties of this bond. The reason why the Red Ocean had joined the party was because he had traveled to it. Since he was undergoing an unknown ascension process in its territory, it was logical for the living dwarf galaxy to get involved. This is anything but normal, though. As Vess continued to receive a continuous influx of information, the nature of his exchange with the living galaxies slowly started to shift. It took a while for him to figure out the nature of this change. I'm starting to get energy instead of information. Vess felt as if his body, his mind, and his spirituality were starting to get hot and stuffed with lots of energy that was far too potent for him to bear. He started to get worried. He was pretty sure that he would blow up if more and more energy started to fill up his entire being. Yet before he could come up with a way to cut this extraordinary process short, he felt as if the vast majority of all of this excess power was being shunted to an entirely different location. Vess silently sighed in relief and tried to figure out where all of those energies were going. He soon figured out a possible answer based on what he had learned. Wait, is all of that extraordinary galactic juice going to my divine artifact? There was a reason why they were called that way. Divine artifacts were so powerful and special that they defied normality to a ridiculous degree. Now, Vess came up with a potential answer why that was the case. The cyborg cat that Vess had empowered with a small piece of his divine core was a fundamentally different existence. With the knowledge that he now possessed, he guessed that the cyborg cat was made to be a tailor-made container for this exceedingly high-grade energy. I see now. So this is why the Orvans are able to ascend to godhood so easily despite being individually weak. They cheat by crafting themselves a purpose-built tool that can naturally contain all of these galactic energies in their stead. He was tempted to call the energy bestowed by the living galaxies by other names such as divine energy or heavenly energy. However, that would impose an unnecessary superstitious bias to this phenomenon, so he settled for a more neutral-sounding term instead. Vess could feel the changes taking place outside of this mysterious illusionary space. His cyborg cat was undergoing an immense transformation. The mundane was about to become divine. Though Vess himself was not receiving much of the benefits right now, this was okay since his divine artifact acted as an intermediary of sorts. Vess could slowly absorb the powerful galactic energies, or whatever when he became strong enough to absorb all of that might. The channeling of energies slowed down. Vess could feel that his divine artifact was nearing saturation. There was little point in pumping his relatively small cyborg cat with more galactic energies than it was equipped to handle. He momentarily felt a lot of regret for one of his past choices. A larger divine artifact could have absorbed a lot more of this galactic energy. I doubt there will be many opportunities to obtain so much of this high-grade energy. He had already made his choice, though. He was unwilling to make a major sacrifice or carry around a large and unwieldy divine artifact. He chose to limit the volume of his cyborg cat, and that meant it became full long before Vess was satisfied with what he received. Wait, that's not all. Not only am I absorbing a tiny amount of juice, some of it is also going elsewhere. Vess soon figured out that he and Blinky both became baptized by the galactic energies, but only to a tiny degree. Both of them were not qualified yet to handle such powerful energies. Blinky also became baptized with a minute amount of galactic energy. It hardly amounted to much, but that was all they could take at this moment. This meant that, until they matured and grew strong enough, they wouldn't notice much of a difference. For now, much of the power is concentrated in my divine artifact. That will be the medium for me to harness this new power. As Vess and Blinky both absorbed a fraction of those powerful energies, they could develop vague guesses of what they received. From the Milky Way, Vess received the impression that its galactic energy was related to spirituality and spiritual energy. He could already feel his spirituality and his design seed singing joyously as they became baptized by the gift of his home galaxy, as if that made any sense. From the red ocean, Vess could guess that it was related to face water in a way. The galactic energy from the dwarf galaxy coursed through his body, fortifying it and changing it in subtle ways that made him think that augmenting his blood with face water might be a realistic possibility in the future. All of these changes made him want to scratch his head. What the hell is going on? What is the point of receiving all of these galactic energies? Chapter 44, 97 Definitions of Gods. Vess was starting to think that all of those native stories of the Red Ocean might have a kernel of truth. There were so many myths and tales among the indigenous alien races where their members managed to become gods by injecting their bodies with face water. While there were other sources that claimed that certain alien heroes managed to ascend to godhood first before their mundane blood made way for face water, there was no doubt that this liquid exotic was ubiquitous in all of these tales. Vess initially dismissed these fairy tales as superstitious claptrap that conveniently utilized a widespread, powerful exotic substance as a common plot device. Now it appears that face water played a much more important role to those myths. Maybe there are different species of so-called gods. The entities that claim to be gods in the Milky Way were mostly extremely powerful energy-based life forms. Whether they had bodies or not, Vess had no doubt that their strength could be measured by the quality and quantity of the energies that made up their spirits. The Red Ocean was different. While Vess had encountered plenty of instances of entities with powerful spiritualities, it only became apparent to him now that the indigenous alien races did not put much stock in developing their spiritualities. Instead, they focused on developing an alternate form of ascension that was much more corporeal and reliant on a local resource. Anyone can become a god as long as they can tolerate enough face water. This was a bold statement, and one that significantly subverted his current paradigms. However, it made too much sense for him to dismiss this absurd theory. Too many indigenous alien races worshipped entities that had lots of face water running through their bodies, that there wasn't a place for any illusionary or invisible gods that watched over the mortals from an ethereal plane. Interesting. An exoanthropologist would probably be able to analyze these differences on a much deeper level, but Vess already became fascinated by the contrast. Doesn't this make the Fays, whales, the most divinely blessed race in the Red Ocean, then? Perhaps one of the reasons why few indigenous races dared to mess with the Fays whales was not because they feared their enormous individual might, but because they regarded them as living gods. Every mature Fays whale had organs that contained face water. The more powerful ones somehow managed to turn all of their blood into face water. The former could be considered the Red Ocean version of a demigod, while the latter is probably regarded as a real god. This not only meant that the Fays whales had the highest concentration of gods in their midst, but that any other alien organism that was able to tolerate face water in their bodies also amounted to different varieties of local gods. Vess looked at the battle against Titania's original astral beast incarnation and the Purgatory campaign in a completely different light after he made this realization. The battle against the monstrously huge astral beast was like fighting a massive indigenous god beast. Damn, we really lucked out back then. If that astral beast hadn't escaped from a death match with another Fays whale back then, it wouldn't have been easy for us to land the killing blow. Even then, the Golden Skull Alliance only managed to slay the Titania by employing their trump cards, of which their expert pilots played a crucial role. The raid against the Fays kingdom during the Purgatory campaign was the equivalent of invading a divine territory and challenging a subordinate god and its angels. The Fays king was indeed powerful enough for the local aliens to regard him as a god. It took Venerable Vincent advancing to expert pilot and entering the state of unity of man and machine for him to wield the power that was equivalent to a half-god to beat up the fish whale king. It appears that I have fought against more pretender gods than I initially thought, he muttered. While Vess had no issue with the superstitious practices of the indigenous alien races, the problem was that he had just undergone a baptism where the Red Ocean was essentially grooming him into an indigenous god. Oh, the Milky Way also pitched in. It was simultaneously setting him up to become an old-school god like the Unending One or the powerhouses from the Five Scrolls Compact. "I never asked for this," he complained. Unfortunately, neither of the two living galaxies showed any consideration for his opinion. To be fair, it was his fault for undertaking this process to begin with. He was pretty much following one of the methods of ascension that the system offered to him. A scenario like this would have happened sooner or later. Maybe every high-ranking Mech designer must go through this experience when they grow strong enough, he guessed. The only question was whether this was a trial and an opportunity that took place when advancing to the rank of Master Mech Designer or Star Designer. Vess already began to experience strain in his head. Damn it, this is going to mess up my progression. He essentially used a combination of the Mech Designer System version 2.0 and a bastardized version of a local indigenous alien ascension method to receive this transformation while he was still a journeyman Mech designer. Although the incredibly messy hybrid process worked out somehow, Vess had essentially complicated his previously pure progression track by mixing in Red Ocean-style ascension characteristics. While this might bestow huge benefits to him, it also meant that he developed on face water. Would he have to copy the behavior of those reclusive phase, whales, and tinker with his body, until he found a way for face water to safely flow through his veins? Ugh. What would other people think if they found out what kind of craziness he got mixed up in? Would they regard him as a freak? And what about the indigenous alien folk? They might regard him as one of theirs if he became powerful enough one day. Given the reaction displayed by the Orvan captives when Vess channeled the Phase King, he had a suspicion that it would be easy for him to join the local pantheon. As the enormous influences of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean continued to course through his entire being, Vess felt as if these two living galaxies had violated his identity and forced him to become more removed from his humanity. He already had trouble with identifying himself with the human race due to all of his physical augmentations. Now, he deviated even further from his original self. As his crisis of identity began to grow stronger, his mind and spirit were beginning to experience a lot of strain. It was as if they were beginning to crack. Yet before they did so, much more the turbulence suddenly ceased. "I am a Mech designer. That is all that matters." He spoke with a remarkable degree of clarity in his voice. It might be silly, but it worked for Vess. He clung so strongly to his identity as a Mech designer that it superseded his attachment to his identity as a human. "I see, I understand. This is one of the sacrifices that I had to make." There was no gain without pain. Vess received a life-changing baptism of two different galactic energies. That was probably far more than most individuals ever got to experience. Though the relatively compact size of his divine artifact limited his intake, he still had to shed different pieces of himself. Perhaps he had already started to do so from the beginning of the entire dream sequence. His talks with Carlos Shaw and Marcella Bollinger were about letting go of old resentments. They were also about reconciling with his past so that he no longer felt the need to avoid it as much as possible. His argument with Melinda Larkinson was about doubling down on his commitment to subject his family and clan to difficult challenges, knowing that many people would die as a consequence. His group talk with the four women was about making peace with choosing Gloriana over any other alternative. He developed a greater love and appreciation for what his current wife brought to his life, despite knowing that marrying a Hexer would introduce a lot of intercultural conflict in his relationship. His talk with Captain Zonrad Rizet was about deflecting the enormous amount of guilt accumulated by many different circumstances connected to his work and actions. He did not deny that abuses and injustices took place, but he considered them a necessary price to pay to serve a greater goal, one of which was ensuring the survival of the human race. It was profoundly ironic to Vess that he had to give up a part of his humanity in his next and last dialogue. Whatever the case, each different instance represented a step in a mystical transformation process. After going through so many changes, his baptism was complete. I am born again. It was difficult to describe his current mood and state. He still looked like the same Vess as before on the surface, but only he knew that he was fundamentally different. Before he entered this dream sequence, he could still claim to be a mortal who just happened to be good at designing mechs. He wasn't sure whether he could truthfully say these words after all of this was over. Perhaps I'll become a god who just happened to be good at designing mechs instead. He did not object to this idea as much as before. It didn't matter what race or type of existence he was turning into as long as he could still design mechs. The excellence of his products would be the tickets that ensured he retained the acceptance of the human race. I bet that many god pilots and star designers are struggling with the same issue. They were already so far removed from their human roots that they could easily leave the confines of human civilization and strike out on their own, much to the detriment of the rest of humanity. This was why it was so important for them to retain their anchors to human society and remain involved by contributing to their original race. Just as he contemplated more about the importance of maintaining ties to humanity, the dream sequence abruptly ended. What? He was back in the sacred hearth that was in the middle of the sacred temple. His return to the system space happened so nonchalantly that Vess struggled to adjust to the new situation. He soon noticed that he was holding something powerful that also happened to register as another part of himself. My cyborg cat. Different from before, the cyborg cat not only held a small piece of his divine core, but was also brimming with two different types of galactic energies. Those powerful high-end energies had already changed and transformed his initial work in many ways. This process was still ongoing, but he could see that his small divine artifact was struggling to contain the galactic energies. Not only that, he began to feel as if something massive and powerful was beginning to form above his head. Vess looked up at the ceiling and noticed that the middle of the roof actually featured a hole. I did not know that was there. Normally, the fall sky of the system space generally showed pleasant weather with relatively clear skies. Now, dark and ominous storm clouds had gathered. As the clouds continued to roil, a lot of potential energy started to form. The sight caused Vess to recall a particularly ominous event. Oh. Vess had witnessed the appearance of an unexplainable lightning storm during the creation of the Superior Mother. Now, his intuition told him that he and his cyborg cat were about to receive the same treatment. He immediately unfolded and sealed his helmet in order to insulate his body from electric shocks. Why? He did not have any clear answers why this was happening. Perhaps it was because he had broken the rules and forced himself to ascend through an unusual method, thereby committing a grave taboo. Oh, come on. You could have issued a fine if you wanted to punish me. Why would you go straight to corporal punishment? That's so uncivilized. Crack. Ah. Vess suddenly became shocked by an enormous lightning bolt that completely bypassed his unending regalia and directly struck his actual body. Fortunately, his cyborg cat somehow attracted most of the power of the lightning bolt, though Vess had been forced to toss his divine artifact from his grasp as a consequence. Just as Vess got over the initial pain, another large lightning bolt coursed through the open roof. Not again. Chapter 44, 98, Primordial Justice. Crack. Hey, cut it out already. Crack. How come you have so much energy? Your attacks are getting stronger. Crack. Didn't I already pass my tests? I'm not guilty. I proclaimed myself free from blame for any misdeeds that I am only tangibly related to. It's not like I personally pulled the trigger on over a quadrillion people. Crack. Youch, you know what? Screw you. Who are you anyway? Are you some arbiter of justice? Well, I don't recognize your authority over me. I never signed up to be judged by you and your stupid criteria to determine guilt. You don't even have a mechanism for me to lodge any appeals. What a dumb and primitive justice system. Crack. That hurts even more, goddamnit. If you think you can make me acknowledge the validity of your judicial authority to me, then think again. I will not let any pretender god or delusional spiritual entity boss me around. I only respect my own rules and principles. I'm not fooled. Whoever or whatever you pretend to be, I will never be coerced into following your mystical regime. Crack, crack, crack. No matter what Vess said, the lightning storm above his head never abated. Instead, it continued to grow stronger and more violent as the lightning bolts descended down onto his body with unerring purpose and accuracy. A grand and overpowering sense of oppression emanated from those dark and energetic storm clouds. While Vess had witnessed numerous storms before on different planets, and most notably on Davut, those were merely ordinary weather phenomena. They did nothing more than frightening children and cats with their loud noises and explosive light shows. Occasionally, the heavier storms inflicted light infrastructural damage. Numerous trees and other objects that weren't properly equipped to resist powerful currents always had to be replaced after the passing of the storm. That was all Vess really knew about them. He never ascribed to any of the fringe theories that lightning storms were a manifestation of Zeus' wrath or a more generic form of divine punishment. Yet what was happening right now made it seem as if this was exactly what was happening. It was one thing if this seemingly sentient and living lightning storm attacked an individual with religious inclinations. It was another thing for it to launch an unprovoked and undeserved attack on a secularist. Have you ever heard about a concept called freedom of religion? I'm free to choose what I believe in, even if it amounts to nothing. Can't you leave me alone and bother someone gullible enough to fall for your deception? Crack. My flesh is burning. The lightning bolts that struck him were anything but normal. While he was not a meteorologist, he was still a Mech designer who was well-versed in the sciences. This gave him an excellent understanding on how electricity was supposed to behave. If a lightning bolt wanted to strike him at all, then his unending regalia should have redirected much of the incoming current to the floor without zapping his body in the process. Vess had personally designed the unending regalia for this eventuality because he anticipated scenarios where he might be performing repairs on a damaged starship or something and accidentally bump into an exposed power line. None of that work was being put to use, as the lightning bolts were either empowered by face water or metaphysical power. This doesn't make any sense. How can you bypass my armor and strike my body directly? As soon as he spoke those words, inspiration suddenly dawned on him. Hey, do you mind if I study and record your lightning bolts so that I can reverse engineer your punishment mechanism in an innovative electricity-based Mech weapon system? It'll be great. Just think of all of the Mech pilots, starfighter pilots, and starship crews my soldiers will be able to zap. Can your attacks go through energy shields as well? Vess manually activated his shield generator, causing a small energy shield to surround his armored form. Crack. Yet as the next powerful lightning bolt struck his body, it went straight through the energy shield as if it didn't exist. If you think that's enough for me to stop, then think again. I will figure out your secrets. The apparent power of the lightning bolts should have fried his body into burnt steak by now. No ordinary human would have been able to resist this kind of punishment for long. However, Vess somehow managed to tough it out for the time being. He wouldn't have remained so defiant against the storm if not for the help provided by his cyborg cat. Pride welled in his heart as he saw his latest creation come to life. Though it wasn't a Mech that he preferred the most, he had largely designed his cyborg cat as if it was a miniature living Mech. Though his divine artifact was just in the early stages of coming to life, it already possessed an abundance of raw power. The majority of the galactic energy baptism that Vess had received from the Milky Way and the Red Ocean ended up pooling inside his cyborg cat. Normally, those exceedingly high-grade energies could never be contained by a relatively small and ordinary material product, but the addition of a fragment of his divine core seemed to change its very nature. The cyborg cat had spontaneously evolved from the moment it received the fragment of his divine core. The galactic energies that were stuffed inside its half-metallic, half-organic body began to flow into the fragment, causing it to grow and mend the trauma that it had suffered from getting torn out of the greater whole. As the fragment of his divine core went through a metamorphosis where it was gradually transforming into something greater for the cyborg cat, Vess could clearly sense that his powerful cat became even better equipped to receive and absorb the incoming lightning bolts. The greater protection offered by his cyborg cat largely compensated for the escalating power of the lightning bolts raining down on him, but it wasn't enough. Crack. Aye. He could sense that the strength of the lightning bolts was growing faster than the rising absorption capacity of his cyborg cat. It was as if his new divine artifact was trying to raise the height of the walls to block out a flood that threatened to engulf a village, but simply couldn't do so fast enough to keep up with the rising tides. For now, his augmented body was coping against the electrical damage pretty well. He was never so thankful for the mostly involuntary augmentations he received during the groaning mission. The operations performed by Dr. Jutland may have turned him into a half-alien monstrosity, but it was those very same alien traits that were helping him cope with all of the excessive destructive energies. The same biology that allowed the hexapod beasts to absorb and feed off powerful energy sources with unsurpassed efficiencies was now working hard to absorb and rein in the remnant power of the incoming lightning bolts. Even though his resilient flesh still incurred a bit of damage, his organic body was already hard at work trying to redirect much of the energies to the floor or into his Jutland organ. Normally, his Jutland organ never earned any consideration from him because it never provided him with any help in his work activities. This time was different. Vess was truly thankful to Dr. Jutland as this alien-derived organ which had subsumed his heart and taken its place was readily absorbing much of the excessive foreign energies. Not only was it sucking up a lot of electrical energy, it had also absorbed a fair amount of the high-grade galactic energy that hadn't been able to merge with his flesh or his spirituality. Even though the lightning energy seemed to be powerful enough to cause a bit of harm to the Jutland organ, it was so resistant against energy damage that it repaired its wounds within a matter of seconds. Each time it did so, the Jutland organ changed. Though Vess couldn't see this happen with his own eyes, his senses had received such a large boost that he was able to sense what was happening to his own body in surprising detail. Amazing. Each time a lightning bolt struck, it delivered a lot of damage to whatever it struck, including his Jutland organ. Yet as the destructive electrical energy ran its course, it strangely did not keep frying everything it touched. Instead, it reversed its very nature, in a manner of speaking. Vess couldn't explain it. In one instance, the electrical energy was like a rampaging brute that sought to hack and slash everything in its way. In the next instance, it transformed into a gentle and innocent-looking doctor who healed and mended the wounds that its previous incarnation had inflicted. What the hell is going on? Are you bipolar or something? Do you have a split personality? If you have a mental illness, don't you think that disqualifies you from acting as an arbiter of justice? Crayak croc crayak. Ouch, 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 not so much please. Although the latest salvo was more violent than the last time, Vess had made sure to pay close attention to what the incoming electrical energy was doing. The lightning bolt fried his cyborg cat and his own body with great fury, yet as they ran their course, they suddenly changed from a force of destruction into a force of creation. It's beautiful. Vess became utterly entranced by observing the second half of the lightning attacks. They mended wounds and injected vitality into damaged tissue. The lightning bolts even repaired inorganic matter, such as the damaged metal plates of his cyborg cat. Vess couldn't figure out how it worked or why it was doing this, but that didn't stop him from collecting as much data as possible. As Vess continued to observe this powerful and surprisingly beneficial aftereffect, he saw that they didn't merely repair what was broken. They improved upon the parts that had proven themselves to be too weak to cope with the incoming destructive energies. It's as if we're being refined in real time. It was so strange to see this taking place on him of all people. He was no stranger to seeing his works improve or transform, but they were all designed with the express purpose of facilitating their own growth. This was why he was not so surprised to see that his cyborg cat was continually becoming stronger and more cohesive after undergoing so many phases of destruction and creation. It was a lot more unnerving to see this happening to his own body. "I'm growing stronger in every single way," Vess gasped as he understood the amazing extent of this transformation. His body, his mind, his spirituality, and even his companion's spirit was undergoing a painful baptism of lightning that not only made them stronger and more resilient, but also integrated the potent galactic energies that he had received a short time ago. The power of creation seemed to be able to merge and integrate everything it touched. "Amazing," Vess repeated even as he tried to resist the pain of repeated lightning strikes. The galactic energies that were too powerful and high-end for him to control with his paltry strength suddenly became as docile as kittens in the face of this lightning energy. The way those galactic energies obediently integrated with his own being reminded himself of the times where he utilized his own spirituality and life domain to create new life out of a bunch of spiritual ingredients. The processes were so identical that Vess eventually made a profound realization. The lightning storm contains the power of life. It was a counterintuitive idea, but the empirical evidence did not lie. The destructive storm clouds hovering over his head were mostly preoccupied with raining down punishment, but also conveyed a small measure of mercy by attempting to revitalize what it had just broken. The problem was that the power of destruction was far greater than the power of creation. "Damn it, do you know how to balance out your energy composition? You're too violent. Have you ever heard about restorative justice? You would be able to do a much better job in reforming my wicked ways if you give me a carrot instead of a stick." Kraylak. SDT2 up it. Chapter 44-99, Destruction and Creation Energies. There was clearly more going on with this freaky lightning storm than he initially realized. No wonder the Superior Mother started off so strong after her birth. The lightning baptism she received back then must have reduced all of her flaws and increased her growth potential as a consequence. On the one hand, this was good news to Vess, who didn't like to undergo a comprehensive round of refinement. He could clearly feel he was transcending to a higher state of existence, though only slightly. His cyborg cat received most of the benefits of this entire sequence of mystical events, so it also experienced the most dramatic changes. Vess understood that it was for his own good. He was nowhere qualified to ascend to this degree in his current state. He would have never been able to absorb so much powerful galactic energies or resist so much raw destruction. Trying to challenge the lightning storm alone was a surefire way to commit suicide in his opinion. This was why his cyborg cat served as an excellent surrogate. The divine artifact was able to attract the lightning bolts first because it was a true extension of himself, since it absorbed a fragment of his divine core. His cyborg cat may be an extension of his most fundamental self, but it was also a purpose-built product that was designed with a much wider tolerance for damage and a capacity for growth than his primary body and self at the moment. Although the escalating power of the lightning bolts threatened to exceed the mending speed of his cyborg cat, for now his product was coping remarkably well with this situation. Sadly, Vess wasn't doing nearly as well, even though he was being protected by his own divine artifact at the moment. I'm the weak point. Even as his mind, spirituality, and body received continuous shocks that destroyed a lot in their wake before subsequently trying to mend the damage, not every part of himself was breaking down as quickly. His spirituality was faring the best. This was no surprise, as it was his strongest attribute by far. Vess had always been proud of how much spiritual energy he was able to harness and how finely he could manipulate it. He exercised his spirituality as if it was a muscle almost every day, and it showed. Now, his already strong spirituality was not only handling the incoming damage like a champ, but also absorbed and harnessed the more benevolent creation energy for its own growth. What Vess cared about the most was that the creation energy was able to act as a bonding agent that allowed him to merge small amounts of the powerful galactic energies into his spirituality, thereby boosting it in a qualitative fashion. His spirituality became more substantive, more resilient, more sensitive, more precise, more versatile, and so much more. Though a part of him regretted that he wasn't receiving as much of a boost as his cyborg cat, he would take what he could get. As long as he was able to survive his current ordeal, his upgraded spirituality would definitely allow him to boost his subsequent works to a much greater degree. His mind also received a large upgrade. He was no stranger to stressing out his mind or pushing it to its limits. The large amount of design work he engaged in was intellectually stimulating and always forced him to exercise his problem-solving capabilities. Although his mind wasn't coping as well against all of the incoming damage, it was still able to maintain a stable equilibrium. The damage his mind sustained did not exceed its capacity to repair itself with the help of the incoming creation energy, at least for the time being. He wasn't sure what would change after it survived this violent baptism, but he expected his productivity to soar after this. His ability to design products and conduct research should see massive improvements because of a massive boost in mental capacity and cognitive functions. It's as if my mind is becoming a more powerful processor. His precious intelligence-related augmentations had already allowed him to perform complex calculations in his mind. The boosts he was receiving right now would supercharge this aspect along with all of his other existing advantages. It's a pity that my flesh isn't able to keep up, he sighed. Crack. As another lightning bolt smacked his cyborg cat and his body, he felt as if his brain was literally frying as his relatively vulnerable brain tissue was receiving way more damage than he could cope. Although his body, and more specifically, his Jutland organ, successfully managed to divert much of the current away from his most vital organs, there was simply too much destructive energy to spare his fragile brain from getting fried. I'm literally losing brain cells with every strike. Crack. Aye. It was a profoundly painful and distressing experience. His mind needed the support of his brain in order to function. The rest of his body wasn't coping so well either. Even his Jutland organ that was best equipped to absorb all of the incoming energies was beginning to push closer to its limits. Vess didn't really care about most of his body. Just like his sawed-off leg, he could make use of many different technological solutions to regrow or replace his missing limbs. What he couldn't replace as easily was his brain. It was the most sensitive, important, and least replaceable human organ of all. If the ongoing rain of lightning bolts continued to shock him like this without end, then sooner or later, the insides of his head would turn into a burnt egg. I won't be able to design any Mechs anymore if I go stupid. Vess experienced a greater sense of crisis than before when he made this realization. The lightning storm was truly being serious about punishing him for his many sins, regardless of how well he had justified his case. He could already tell that the lightning storm was just warming up at the moment. It hadn't even gotten serious yet because this mystical authority decided that Vess bore the blame for the deaths of so many humans and dwarves that he needed to be taught a lesson. Okay. I will behave more carefully and stop acting as recklessly as before. Is that what you wanted to hear? Crack. I will try my best not to trigger any cataclysmic wars that end up depriving quadrillions of people of their lives. I will try my best to limit the scale of victims. How about I limit any potential casualties to just a few trillion people? Crack. Oh, come on. You can't expect a Mech designer to do much better. Almost everything we make is designed to kill. Besides, every other action I take could potentially lead to the outbreak of a war. Do you expect me to lock myself in a cage and limit my interaction with the outside reality for fear of getting even a tiny bit involved in the onset of any violent incidents? That's impossible. Your judging criteria are way too strict. Crack. As Vess continued to be judged for his sins, the more vulnerable parts of his body were starting to receive serious damage. He could already smell his burnt flesh from within his suit. The repeated frying of his central nervous system was also making it more and more difficult for him to maintain his focus and awareness. He could not allow his cognitive functions to degrade much further. If he could no longer think straight, then he would no longer be able to solve this life-changing crisis. How can I prevent my body from failing? He tried several different solutions. He changed his posture. He lifted up his arms. He lied down on the temple floor. He even tried to leave the sacred hearth, but found that he was unable to move much further from his starting point for some unknown reason. After conducting many quick experiments, Vess concluded that there was no way to avoid this punishment. No amount of eloquence or movement could bring him away from this torment. He developed the impression that if he managed to teleport himself to a completely different location, this damned sentient lightning storm would follow suit and continue to do its job. If evasion is not a workable solution, then I should put more effort into defense. He began to treat this as a scenario that was similar to a Mech exposed to withering fire. Vess had already implemented a couple of solutions, such as letting his Jutland organ do the heavy lifting. This was not without a consequence. The Jutland organ was responsible for converting heat and other forms of energy into work-law energy, which was incredibly powerful but also highly destructive. The work-law energy cycle that was coursing through his torso became more and more powerful. Only the fact that his body was getting better at coping with the pressure from this high-quality energy was stopping him from exploding. Vess couldn't care that much about this process at the moment. The destructive damage inflicted by the sequential lightning bolts was a much more acute threat to his health and existence. I can't handle so much energy. My body was never meant to cope with so much power. Ironically, the limited size of his divine artifact was hindering his ability to cope with the situation. If it was larger and more powerful from the beginning, it could have been able to unload a greater proportion of the incoming strikes, thereby sparing him from much of his current suffering. As Vess thought about how his cyborg cat was able to absorb much of the violent energies in his stead, his eyes suddenly lit up as he realized that he hadn't exhausted his box of solutions. Blinky, get out and do what you are best at. I might not be able to handle so much excess energy, but you're different. Emro. Blinky was already getting shocked along with the rest of his spirituality, but was different once the companion spirit took on a more active role. The spiritual cat remained in his head, but began to change the way he interacted with the destructive energies. The cat opened his maw and began to suck in a part of what the lightning bolts were delivering. Both destruction and creation energies entered its deceptively small maw and began to roil inside his stomach. Emro. The destruction and creation energies were of much higher quality and potency than the normal attributed energies that Vess handled on a daily basis. They were manifestations of fundamental concepts. They were energies that probably stood at the same level as the 5 elements, Vess even suspected that they ranked higher. Still, no matter how fancy those energies turned out to be, as long as they entered the star cat's digestion system, they rapidly lost their power and transformed into spiritual energy that precisely aligned with his own domain. As Blinky began to siphon away more destruction and creation energies, Vess began to overflow with far too much life energy than he could harness. Much of it leaked from his body and dissipated into the environment. Though Vess found this to be a gigantic waste, it didn't matter as long as he was able to preserve his life. Vess relaxed a bit as the addition of Blinky finally completed his defensive line. His two cats absorbed so much of the power of the incoming lightning strikes that the proportion that went on to shock the more vulnerable parts of himself were much more manageable. Of course, receiving less destructive energy also corresponded to receiving less creation energy. The pace of his personal evolution slowed by quite a bit, but Vess did not mind too much. It's nice for me to grow stronger, but everything has a price. I don't have enough money to pay for the full treatment, so I can only settle for the budget option instead. His body was way too fragile to cope with anything stronger, especially if this lightning storm was determined to continue to rain down punishment for a long amount of time. Vess would rather play it safe and reduce the incoming energies to a more tolerable level to ensure he could preserve his life at the end. While he was doing a lot better after putting Blinky to work, he frowned when he noticed that the power of every subsequent lightning bolt continued to grow a little stronger. If this goes on, then my current measures won't be enough anymore. I need to prepare another solution. Chapter 40, 500 Rapid Problem Solving. The lightning baptism continued. Vess and his incarnations continued to grow stronger in ways that made him fearful of how much of his original self would be left at his end. Although he had already made peace with the fact that he had sacrificed his humanity, the depth and scope of the transformations went way beyond anything he could have anticipated from the start. He did not believe the scope and magnitude of punishment by lightning was normal by any means. The reason why it was so much bigger and more destructive was because Vess had lived a more eventful life than most entities despite his relative youth. It also doesn't help that I never received any proper warning. Nothing in his knowledge base taught him how to defend, mitigate, or avoid the punishment from the heavens. Unlike his prior interactions with the Milky Way galaxy and the Red Ocean galaxy, the system was no longer able to provide him with any further VIP treatment. This suggested that the lightning storm was sent out by a different and potentially greater authority. Vess truly couldn't imagine what sort of living existence could exceed the power and authority of an entire galaxy. Was it a galaxy group, a supercluster? Perhaps the force that was responsible for forming this lightning storm might be standing for the entire universe. That sent a bolt of fright through his mind. Vess could never possibly challenge a living entity of that magnitude. He recalled his earlier words and would have sweated if his sweat glands hadn't been dried out by the continuous electrical shocks. Why did he taunt such a powerful existence? He could never withstand the power of a great existence once it directed more of its attention in his direction. While Vess did not renounce any of his principles and beliefs, he was not as stubborn and inflexible as a high-ranking Mech pilot. He knew when to bend and keep his head down when he was confronted by an overwhelming party. He had done so towards the Bright Republic, the Friday Coalition, the Hexadric hegemony up to the Mech Trade Association. Vess merely bided his time during the moments where he bent the knee. He had already surpassed a couple of those parties by this time, and he had no doubt he would surpass the rest as long as he experienced enough growth. No matter who was responsible for sending out this unjust and illegal punishment mechanism, Vess would eventually ascend high enough to be in a position to punch the culprit in the face in person. Of course, that was a matter for the far future. He needed to solve his immediate problem first. Employing Blinky was just a temporary solution. While his companion's spirit was visibly growing stronger and more capable, the same problem existed as before. He and his cats couldn't keep up with the growth and power of the incoming lightning bolts. Vess performed a lot of mental calculations that compared the growth of his ability to resist the incoming destruction energy to the growth in power of the incoming lightning bolts. Since the lightning storm appeared to be increasing the power of consecutive lightning strikes on a linear scale, it was quite easy for him to calculate how long it would take before his defenses might get overwhelmed. I have 7 minutes and 33 seconds to come up with a solution. Vess grew nervous again. Although the recent changes enabled him to tolerate the lightning strikes a lot better than before, it wouldn't take long before his flesh would start to get increasingly more fried. A huge amount of pressure piled onto his shoulders. His thoughts were racing as he tried his best to figure out a means to strengthen his defenses further. It's as if I am thrown back into a design tournament again. The circumstances were familiar to him. He was put into a position where he had way too little time to come up with a proper solution to the current problem. There was no way that Vess could come up with a way to cobble together a proper means to resist the escalating power of the lightning strikes. Material objects didn't seem to make a difference, and his inability to leave the sacred hearth prevented him from buying an emergency solution from the divine bazaar. Vess could only work with what he had at the moment, which wasn't much. A normal person would have despaired and given up on the spot. A competent Mech designer was different, though. This wasn't his first rodeo. He already understood the attitude he needed to assume to dig his way out of this hole. If I don't have the time to come up with a proper solution, then I'll just have to resort to a quick and dirty one instead. Vess needed to think outside the box and make use of any or every resource at his disposal. He first examined his body. There was hardly anything that was originally human about his half-alien body. His genes and biology had been altered to the point where he was like a beast in human form, but even that was not enough to resist the power of high-level destruction. Only his Jutland organ was able to fare well under the circumstances, but that only compromised a small part of his body composition. He then glanced at his unending regalia and noted how little it contributed to his defense. Neither its unending alloy nor its beastone components played any role in blocking the incoming strikes. The only contribution it made to his defense was futilely trying to ease his overburdened body by regulating the internal temperature and injecting his body with useless medicinal substances. He glanced at his 2 cats. Both of his feline incarnations were doing much better at resisting the incoming energies. There wasn't much he could do to improve Blinky's efficiency. The poor star cat was already working as hard as he could. Vess had no way to improve his companion spirit's alien-derived digestion system because he did not understand any of its working principles. It might as well be a black box as far as he was concerned. I need to remedy that in the future. His cyborg cat presented a much more optimistic sight. He had personally designed and fabricated it not too long ago. The living divine artifact, which was growing increasingly more conscious and aware of its own existence, might be undergoing a massive qualitative transformation, but its fundamental concept should still be the same. Upgrading my cyborg cat's capabilities is the key to surviving this lightning storm, Vess concluded. So far, his cyborg cat was doing an excellent job absorbing the bulk of the lightning strikes and using all of the incoming power to grow stronger. As more and more of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean's galactic energies integrated into the cyborg cat, it began to develop new and stronger traits that helped in different ways. The boost provided by the Milky Way largely increased his cyborg cat's spiritual foundation. It became dramatically more powerful and resilient, allowing it to resist the escalating lightning strikes for a long time. The boost provided by the Red Ocean partially strengthened the spiritual foundation as well, but also induced many spontaneous upgrades to the organic and mechanical halves of the cyborg cat. Many points that Vess previously considered to be rough and crude were gradually becoming smoother and more refined. As Vess paid closer attention to how the changes were not only improving the existing parts of his cyborg cat, but also spawning new components in a spontaneous manner, he suddenly came up with a radical idea. I got it. It will be risky and crazy, but as long as it works, who cares? Vess transmitted the command to disengage his body from his unending regalia. Once he hopped out and tried to maintain his balance on one foot by leaning onto his hollow armor, he waited until he got struck by another lightning bolt to confirm that he wasn't incurring more damage. Now that he confirmed that his situation hadn't changed all that much, he proceeded with the next steps. He first retrieved a backup knife from one of the hidden weapon holsters of his unending regalia. Now that he had a sharp blade in his hand, he carefully dropped his body to the temple floor and lay in a prone position. He activated a command to his smart uniform that caused it to part in the middle and expose his torso. At this time, he transmitted a silent command to his unending regalia that prompted it to activate a projection of the current state of his body. This was no ordinary mirror image, though. It was a wireframe model that showed exceptional detail of all of his internal organs. Tiny information panels showed various essential pieces of data. Vess studied the wireframe model and the data carefully. The enormous upgrades that he had already received massively increased his analytical capabilities, so it hardly took any time for him to perform the necessary calculations and formulate his plan to excruciating detail. Though he would have wanted to spend more time setting up this operation, time was ticking. He lifted his backup knife and pointed the tip on his chest at a predetermined angle. Here goes nothing. He plunged the knife into his thick flesh, trusting his sharp blade to cut through his reinforced and augmented flesh. The pain of stabbing his own chest was greater than enduring the lightning strikes, but he could not afford to get overwhelmed by the pain. He gritted his teeth and continued to observe the projection of the state of his body. He coordinated his movements as best as possible to use his knife to widen the initial incision and continue to dig deeper into his chest. Soon, he could see that the tip of his knife was closing in on the Jutland organ that occupied the place where his heart should have been. This was where he needed to be more careful. Even as a copious amount of blood leaked from the awful-looking wound in his chest, he did not rush his next move, but minutely adjusted the angle of his backup knife until he was satisfied. Now, he plunged his knife deeper, causing it to tear into his Jutland organ. The spike of pain that surged from his chest was so great that he almost lost consciousness right then and there. It took a lot of willpower and determination for him to maintain his wits under these circumstances. The Jutland organ was too important to his current body. Damaging it in any way had major repercussions and might actually cause it to stop functioning entirely. The only reason why he built up the courage to operate on himself like this was because his body received a regular influx of creation energy. Even now, the remnant power of the lightning strikes were working hard to stem the bleeding and close up the wounds that he had just made. Of course, the severity of his current wounds meant that his injuries couldn't be solved right away, and that gave Vess enough time to complete this operation. Vess made another painful stab, and finally managed to slice off a small but significant slice of his own Jutland organ. He wheezed a lot harder. His body weakened considerably after sustaining such major wounds, but Vess was confident it would be able to pull through under these exceptional circumstances. He had to wiggle his knife at different angles in order to pull out the slice of his own Jutland organ out of his own body. As soon as he pulled out his blade with a part of his own organ resting on the blade, he raised it up as if he was presenting a plate. Bon appetit. His cyborg cat dove down and ate the Jutland organ piece in a single bite. Vess had designed his cat so that anything it ate would enter his biological belly, where it could break down any organic matter and either use the nutrients to upgrade its biological components or void it all out of its backside. Fortunately, his cyborg cat did not consider his own flesh to be a waste product. Soon after eating its first meal, the living divine product began to glow brighter as his heart underwent a substantial transformation. With the help of the massive amounts of creation energy that it was receiving from the lightning storm, the cyborg cat was rapidly able to grow its own Jutland organ that was completely adapted to its own biology. Meanwhile, Vess continued to wheeze as his wounds were being mended at an accelerated pace due to the energies he received. As his flesh began to mend, he could even see that they were changing into another form that made his body a lot more compatible with face water. The galactic energy originating from the red ocean was beginning to make its mark on his being, causing him to resemble the indigenous alien races to a much greater degree than before. Vess had mixed feelings about these changes, though he could definitely sense that his body had grown a lot stronger and capable of surviving grievous wounds like the one he had just inflicted upon himself. He also feared what might happen if others found out about his radical physiological mutations. "I've gone native," he complained,